Hello, everybody, and good evening. It is Monday, May 19th, 2025, approximately 8:12 p.m. here, Central Daylight Time here in Southern Illinois, in southeast Missouri. We are watching a supercell thunderstorm that has really gained strength here in the last about 30 minutes. And those of you that are in and around the Festus and Peevelyville, Missouri area, just to the west of I-55 south of St. Louis, I'm watching a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Wanted to come live and kind of give some all-around access real quick in regards to this system. So those of you that have friends and family in that area, make sure you're getting a hold of them at this time. This is a storm that has, like I said before, really started to gain strength here in the last couple of runs, and as you know, our severe weather threat has been lately. I wouldn't want to take any necessary chances with any storms that we have in our region. My name is Luke Sager. I'm the storm predictor here in Southern Illinois, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of do some live streaming since we do have this tornado threat. Like I said, just to the west of I-55 south of St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis got hit with a horrific EF3 tornado just a few days ago, along with Southern Illinois. So, like I said, I wanted to... sorry, I'm trying to fix my things real quick. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, so let's get back to it here. So here's our possible tornado as I'm looking right now. Right now the couplet has kind of disappeared a little bit, but as you can see here, St. Louis, and obviously this would become very close to the western side of St. Louis. So I'm going to kind of try to keep the best update I can possible for this. But let's go ahead and back out so I can show really the full picture. And as you can see, we have a line of severe storms stretching all the way from northern Texas. Very heavy precip, very strong storms. This is what is going to be in our neck of the woods later on tonight. You can see the strong line of storms and heavy rainfall. That is going to be the main threat for us later on tonight, and that's why I went ahead and made that post for damaging winds and a couple tornadoes possible, especially nighttime events like this. I don't like to take them with a grain of salt, especially with what we've been dealing with so far this year in and around Southern Illinois. I would want everyone to be on their toes and make sure that they have a way to receive severe weather watches and warnings. It would not surprise me one bit for us to either get a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch tonight at some point, along with a couple tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in our region. I would say that the likelihood of that is probably around 60%, just in my opinion. And like I said before, it just seems like this year we have been off to just a crazy start, and severe weather across the Midwest and Heartland have just been absolutely insane. So let's go ahead and we'll come back to this tornado warned storm just to the south of St. Louis. You can see it had a really good couplet on it on the last couple of scans, and that's why it went tornado warned. But you can see it's kind of backed off, but it is veering to the left. But obviously, here's going to be our mesocyclone here on the back side. So this is where the tornado would be, and as you can see right there at that latest couplet, our inner and outbound winds starting to come together. However, our outbound winds are still struggling. However, like I said, this has been a supercell that's been ongoing for quite some time now. So it's just, it can be something that comes together once again right over St. Louis. And I just want to make sure everyone is prepared for that because, believe it or not, we've talked about just a slight risk for severe weather. Well, you can still have damaging tornadoes and a slight risk in just a low environment. So, and I will be honest with you, the environment is there for tornadoes. I'm just now getting into chat, so I apologize here. Let me see. Hi, Jack. How's it going? Glad you're here with me. Carrie, if this continues, it should stay off to the west of Fayette County. You'll have a line of storms back over tonight around probably anywhere from 1 to 3 a.m. Mary, I'm with you as well. I really don't like coming live, but when I feel the need to, it's definitely a very serious situation. So, yes, Heron, Marion, really the entire region under the threat for severe weather, 1 to 3 a.m. This cell will not hit Wayne County. However, a line of storms will enter our region later on tonight. Like I said, 1 to 3 a.m. No tornado confirmed at this time, Matt. Monitoring it, and this is south of St. Louis. Obviously, here's St. Louis right here. This is south moving north. I'll put it into view here for everybody. So, like I said, the storm's kind of dampered down a little bit. But I was very concerned with it the way it was. You can see coming out of the north on a warm front. And here's our mesocyclone on the backside. Started showing signs of rotation, but has kind of cooled off. Does not mean it can't produce again, so we're going to keep a close eye on it. But I did want to... so this would not head towards Granite City. This would be off to the west of Granite City by just a little bit. The storm itself will probably impact them, but the tornado activity at this time will stay off to the west. No problem. Welcome, everybody. I took a little nap earlier. I did make the mistake of taking a Benadryl because I'll be honest with you guys, my allergies are really bad. I don't know if I got into something. I've been trying to plant some grass in my backyard, so I don't know if that hay, I'm sure it did, played a factor, but you may be able to tell from my voice, but I am very miserable right now with my allergies. So, but like I said, kind of good news right now for those of you kind of just joining in. Here is St. Louis right up here. Here's I-55 that goes down parallel to St. Genevieve Chester. Here's Festus, Peevelyville, and the storm is just off to the west of Peevely. So, like I said, right now this is our only tornado warned storm. I got quite a bit of you on here right now, so I'll just kind of back out. We'll go one screen but like I said, those of you that have friends and family just to the west, it's a radar indicated threat. It has died down quite a bit. But let's go ahead and look at the main picture. And like I said, when I show you this, you're going to be like, holy crap. We'll go out of Arkansas here. So here is all of the severe weather that's in our region. It's kind of hard to bring up the full... Actually, I can't bring up the full picture. Give me one... Or can I? I don't think I can do it on this one, actually. I guess I can't. Okay. Anyway. This will kind of fit everything in. So as you can see, big mess on radar. A lot of convection. No supercells besides the one in St. Louis. But everything converging into a linear aspect. So typically what that means for us... This is what I'm used to in our region, and this is typically what we see as storms and everything progress past the plains. We get these linear events and these cold fronts. So, you know, as these storms approach our region, they will still be in an environment that's capable of producing QLCS tornadoes, so quasi or linear convective systems. And those will be pretty much supercells embedded in that line or spin-ups. And we can actually find great examples down here in Arkansas right now. And I think I've showed you guys this before, but anywhere you see these little kinks here in the radar, those are going to be your quick tornadoes. And just for reference, the Harrisburg tornado, the EF4 that went through there on leap year back in 2012, I believe. Could be wrong on that. Check me on that. was a QLCS tornado. So anytime you see those kinks in the line, rapidly producing tornadoes. So, like I said, that'll be something that, we're probably going to see tonight in our region. So I can't stress it enough about how, before you go to bed tonight, to have a way to receive rapid warnings if storms were to make it into our region and still be severe. We have another tornado warning out towards the west of St. Louis as well, just to the east of Springfield. This would be in between Lebanon and Mountain Grove, kind of where we saw those tornadoes earlier on Friday. And as you can see, not a big indication, but I'm sure there was probably a quick tweak in the line. And like I said, and actually I just saw it right there in that last loop. I don't know why for some reason, my velocity is not wanting to go. Let's see if we can indicate it there. It'd probably be right in there, and it was just a quick spin up right in there. And that's all it takes, folks. That can be a quick spin up, kind of similar to the St. Louis tornado. It spun up very quickly right over the heart of the city. And I'm not saying that, that's going to happen tonight, but like I said, I just wanted to kind of give you guys all an update. I know there's tons of questions right now, but once again, it looks like this storm has weakened significantly here in our region, which is good. So, like I said, I was a little bit concerned just south of St. Louis near Peevely, but it does look to have weakened at this time. Tornado warning continues for another 20 minutes, and that's going to go for Monroe. Actually, that one was canceled from Monroe County, so this will be for central Jefferson County in Missouri. Like I said, just south of St. Louis. Here's I-55, runs south. Here's I-44, 64, and then 70. So, like I said, look. Oh, actually, they just dropped the tornado warning, so that's great news. So, tornado warning now canceled for Jefferson and Monroe County in Missouri. So, great news there. I'll keep an eye on that. But like I said, for the most part, these storms will enter our region around the bulk time frame of 1 to 3 a.m. At least latest timing is showing that. You can see storms are moving not in an east direction, but a north direction. So these are going to take some time to get in our region. And you can kind of see from these stronger storms in northern Arkansas, these would make it into our region, let's see, it's 287 miles away, so we'll just call it an even 300. Look at the time frame here, 55 miles an hour, so, do the math right there, roughly about 5 hours, so, 5-6 hours away, so that would put it right about the 1 to 3 a.m. time frame like we talked about. Looks like, did we just get a tornado watch here? Hold on one second. Thank you, Mariah, for that heads up. We're going to see here if that is indeed correct. I'm waiting here on the National Weather Service. It looks like we got a few people now that have gone ahead. So let's go ahead and, like we talked about, I said we could possibly see that. So it does look like most of our region is going to be included in this tornado watch, so I will get that posted ASAP for our region. No active tornado warnings in our region right now besides the one in northern Arkansas. But there it is right there, tornado watch. That will include most of our region, folks. So in southern Illinois, Alexander, Jackson, Franklin, Jefferson, Perry, Johnson, Pulaski, Williamson, Union. That goes until, looks like the 3 a.m. time frame. So definitely not surprised by any means, folks. Like I said, this was kind of something I anticipated. I have been a little bit concerned for our region, especially with it being an overnight event like this. I don't like that necessarily. I just went ahead and posted this tornado watch for our region. So definitely not surprised at all. I'm kind of actually glad they got that out early. So like I said, I can't stress it enough, folks. If you are able to have weather radio. And I'm telling you right now, our phones are great devices. Okay, in the event that there is a major emergency situation, your phones will go off. So make sure your EAS, your emergency alert system, is on and active on your phone. And when you plug it into charge overnight tonight, make sure your phone is not on silent. And that's of course if you don't have a weather radio. So, like I said, please, please, please take this seriously. This time of year, this is when, I'm not trying to scare anybody, this is when most lives are lost, especially in our region, due to the fact that we have so many storms and severe storms that go through our area overnight, and people are sleeping and not aware of it. So I can't stress it enough. Please, please, please make sure your phone is on loud, turned up. And if there is a serious situation, your phone will go off from the National Weather Service as long as your EAS systems are on. Every smartphone should have those on. I'm getting a lot of questions right now being about live. I'm going to stay live completely. So I know it's about 8:30. This broadcast will stay live overnight tonight. If there is anything in our region that turns tornado warned, I will try and wake myself up and get over here to broadcast it for you guys. So regardless, this live stream will not end unless, of course, there's a power outage or I lose internet access for some odd reason. But I will be live and continuing this live as I watch these storms kind of unfold. Let's go ahead and just check back into, like I said, watching the storms down here in northern Arkansas, because these will be the ones that make it up into our region, this line right here. But let's go ahead and zoom back into St. Louis. We did have that tornado warned storm earlier, so I just want to go ahead and double box this and see if we got anything new rotation-wise. And good news right of rotation that would be concerning. Strong heavy storms coming into the Chesterfield, Wildwood, Carson Valley area. That's going to be Eureka, Murphy. I'm sorry, I just lied to everybody. Murphy, Kirkwood, Maryland Heights. That's going to be along with 255, crossing over I-44 right now. It's going to go up towards Maryland Heights, St. Charles, Lambert International Airport, Chesterfield, Clark Valley, Wood. You guys are going to be just to the east of this. So, but like I said, can't stress it enough. Tornado watch in effect till 3 a.m. The bulk of the timing for our severe storms will be 1 to 3 a.m. So that is when literally probably 80% of us here in Southern Illinois are at least asleep. That could be a high number. I'm just kind of guessing here, but obviously we're rural. A lot of people, either have second shift or you're working in the morning. Whatever it may be, most people are asleep during that time frame. So make sure you have a way to receive severe weather alerts tonight. I don't want to get caught off guard with anybody. Like I said, I will be live during the entire event. I may, obviously I'll be live the entire time. This stream ain't going nowhere, but you may not hear my voice because I'll be kind of monitoring things from a side. But we'll go ahead and go full box here, and we don't really have any tornado warnings in our region at this time. So we will go back to full broadcast. We'll go back to regular programming. I say that like I say that like we're going to go back to regular programming, but well, Sarah, I'll be on all three networks, so we'll be on TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook. We should be all good to go. I will pin everything. As of right now, I have not seen any issues with the stream. I think knock on wood, I think I have covered all grounds on the stream to make sure it does not fail again. What I found out is you can, which this may be just too much information for everybody, but there's a server that my stream software uses, and that server was set to auto. So hell, it could have been set up and going somewhere foreign and overseas. I set up the server to be out of Chicago, so it'll be a lot smoother. And so far, knock on wood, we've been doing really good. So hopefully that continues. If the stream was to go down by some point or some type of emergency situation, as long as I'm still alive, it'll just take about 5 to 10 minutes for a new stream to get back online. So Like I said, keep me on your TV. Keep the stream up and going. Like I said, not going anywhere. I will back out just a little bit so we can see all of these tornado warnings and watches off to our west right now. And like I said, just a big cluster of heavy rainfall. And that's going to be another thing, folks. 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. And I cannot stress that enough. There's going to be some flash flooding in our region. We have tons of saturated soils across our region. So, like I said, a lot of rainfall coming tonight into tomorrow, but hopefully this radar kind of gives you the best kind of look right now. I'll kind of keep it, maybe I'll zoom in just a little bit. How about that? That might look a little bit better. But like I said, time frame right now, yes, Chuck, any recommendations would be great. But once again, time frame right now for tonight, the bulk of the severe weather in southern Illinois, 1 to 3 a.m., okay? Could happen a little bit earlier, could kind of stay on for, 4 to 5 a.m. So just something to kind of monitor at this time. But like I said, no active warnings. I will continue to monitor. Until then, we'll go ahead and just kind of pause. I'm going to keep an eye on the tornado warnings down in northern Arkansas. But this is for the entire region. So if you're listening to this right now, here in southern Illinois, more than likely you guys are going to see some type of storms. Not saying everybody's going to get severe weather, but there is the potential for that. So I will guarantee this, almost everybody's going to get some heavy rainfall. So I want to thank once again. Let me see here. I'm trying to look. Oh, okay. I think I can. Tell you what, I just found out. I can respond to TikTok now. All right. So I just found out a new thing. Sweet. Okay. So it looks like I have, I don't know if this is for today, but about 710 of you on here on TikTok right now. Let me see if I can just add something here. Test this out. Aha! All right. So it looks like I have all 3 streams going. That'll be very helpful. Hello, everybody. So we are good from TikTok, from around the world now. I know last time I had a ton of people nationwide asking about places, and I felt so bad because I wasn't able to kind of go over each and every location. But there we go, right there. Let's go ahead and look at St. Louis real quick, guys. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and if I had to bet, wouldn't be surprised. Nope. Okay, so 60-mile-an-hour winds and about 1.5 inches hail. So some of the same areas that just got hit super hard, back on Friday are going to get ready to see at least 1.5 inches hail and possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just, it's never good when you have back-to-back severe weather outbreaks that are just in the same area hitting the same regions, and I just hate that. So hopefully everyone in St. Louis taking cover there. I know the last I saw, there were over 33,000 customers still without power in the St. Louis metro area where we had that EF3 tornado come through. So just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So those of you that may not know, if you have me on TikTok but you want to watch me on any other device, I'm on YouTube at The Storm Predictor. I'm also on Facebook, The Storm Predictor. I have the same exact cover photo. I try to keep it all the same so everybody can kind of join in from wherever you're joining in from. But like I said, those of you in St. Louis, especially the west side, St. Louis west side, make sure you're maybe just kind of seeking shelter for this storm, at least indoors, away from windows. No tornado threat, but National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning over that same area, like I said, that just got hit really hard on Friday. So I want to make sure you're not out and about, and I'm sure most of those people are without power right now, so they probably don't even know what exactly is going on. They probably just think a storm's coming in, but they don't know how strong. Then we have this other one to the south that just developed as well. So, like I say, you're going to have to keep an eye on these storms. Obviously, today here in southern Illinois, we've been off and on with clouds and sunshine, so we have plenty of energy in our atmosphere. Um, I don't know if I can see how many people are live at the same time. It does say I have 751. I don't know if that's like current. So, but yes, Tornado Watch has been issued. I went ahead and posted that to my Facebook page. Those of you on TikTok, if you want continuing coverage of like posts and everything, I do all of that through Facebook. It's the easiest thing I can do just through there. So if you need like information or shares or anything like that I would have, please go to my Facebook at the Storm Predictor and you can find all of that there. So like I said, glad I'm able to see this now. I got my live chat up here. For some reason, I don't know if I can change that. It says my primary topic is gaming. I don't think this would be considered gaming. We'll change it to news and event. How about that? That would be very weird. So, okay. Once again, you're listening to live severe weather coverage here in Southern Illinois with the Storm Predictor. And like I said, I'm going to try and keep you guys up to date with the latest and greatest severe weather threat as it moves into our region. Now, I know for most of you, probably wanting to check in on Kansas City as well, and we can do that because we do actually have a tornado warning for, I believe it's almost... It's going to be just to the north of Kansas City, but a very strong line of damaging winds, 60 mile an hour with tornadoes possible coming into the north side of Kansas City. So very scary situation there. I would definitely expect some damaging winds. You can kind of see that bow echo is what you would call it. That would be suggesting at least 60 mile an hour winds coming into St. Joseph, right through the heart of the northern part of Kansas City. So heads up if you're in that neck of the woods. And like I said, I will be covering southern areas of southern Illinois, and you can also see that little low pressure there. And I don't know why I have two. Sorry, I want one screen here. Let's go. There we go. I'll back this up a little bit. So we'll go back in here to St. Louis. And like I said, I'll be back and forth between chat for, like I said, it's two different pages I can bring up, but that's pretty cool. I'm glad I was able to find that. Got about 300 of you on here right now. So, like I said, share this information if you don't, I'm just here to help friends and family that maybe don't have a good coverage. Most areas that have a good news network like St. Louis, Kansas City, they're going to have good anchors and meteorologists there. But some areas like ours, we've started to lose that. So I just want to make sure I cover a lot of ground and make sure everybody's safe for these severe storms. So, like I said, for right now, we'll kind of just monitor. If you don't hear me, don't freak out by any means. But like I said, there's not a whole bunch going on, at least tornado-wise, in our neck of the woods, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. But we'll kind of pause for now. And those of you that don't know, my allergies have been horrible, so I probably sound like complete crap, and I do apologize. I think mistakes were made about an hour ago. I decided to take a Benadryl, so I'll have to fight that with the severe weather. But yeah, poor decisions were made this evening, as that was not a bright idea. So let's see here. I'll go back to chat real quick. Oh my goodness, I got so many here in the... So tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. for really most of our region. And like I said, the biggest tip and the biggest thing I can ask for from all of you is just make sure you have a way before you go to bed tonight of receiving severe weather warnings, okay? As long as you have your phone on and your EAS system is on, if something major is going on, your phone will go off and the National Weather Service will wake you up, okay? And if that does happen, that means it's a serious situation. You need to get underground or take immediate precautions and seek shelter. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I appreciate you all. Like I said, this live stream is not going to end. It will continue. And I will continue to monitor all of this off to our west, and we will kind of go from there. So I'll keep active radar up. And if I see anything that needs to be warranted, I will come back here and give you guys the best coverage possible. So, Amanda, yeah, St. Louis, you got a severe storm moving in on the west side. No tornado threat as of right now, but 60-mile-an-hour winds and about a $half size hail. So, heads up coming your way. And like I said, another one off just to the west of Farmington, Missouri, as I'm going to watch these cells. But regardless, across the region, heavy rainfall, 1 to 3 inches plus possible, locally up to 4 to 5 in some areas. So, 1 to 3 a.m. time frame, everybody, here in Southern Illinois. But appreciate you guys so much. If you need anything, I'll be here, and I will keep you guys updated. So for now, I'm going to pause. I'm going to mute. Those of you in chat, if someone joins, maybe just let them know. I'm going to mute for now, and if I see anything that needs warranted, I'll be right back to cover our severe weather potential here in Southern Illinois. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll have live continuing coverage throughout the evening. So thank you. All right, well, that didn't take long. Let's go ahead and go right back to the radar here. Literally sat down on the couch, looked at my phone, and got the alert from the National Weather Service. They've been keeping an eye on this cell, which we had just talked about. So that didn't take long at all. Hopefully this doesn't turn into where I'll be pretty much live on the air until God knows when. But let's just go ahead and we'll kind of... You can see the hook echo, and yeah, my goodness, look at the rotation on that. Just actually... That is quite concerning if you ask me. So let's go ahead. This is going to go in between, I believe I've already, Potosi, coming right up into your neck of the woods. So that one would be this is a very dangerous storm just to the south of St. Louis. Obviously here's St. Louis. Here's that cell. Like I said, just developed within the last... 30 minutes or so. So let's go ahead, and those of you in and around are just, that's a really tight couplet, folks. So let's go ahead and we'll quad box this real quick. See if we can maybe indicate a debris signature. And I don't see anything negative yet. It would be right in this area. But obviously, we have a very healthy supercell rotating very well. And like I said, this is just to the south of Potosi. And let me see if I can find some more highways here to kind of throw out some more areas. It's a very rural area. I want to make sure I get everybody I can on this one. So right now it's over Banner on Highway 32. And it is going to go, or it's actually sitting almost over Peoria, Missouri. So if you're in Peoria, Missouri, which it's odd because there's a Peoria, there's an Enough, Belgrade, and then you got Potosi. and Potosa being obviously the higher populated area, but it would scoot over just to the west of Potosa. So just a heads up there. And then strong winds coming into Jefferson City in St. Louis right now. But obviously, here's your couplet right here. Inner winds really strong right now. Actually, let's take a measurement of that real quick because I was thinking every bit of 80. So that's very strong. I would say tornado really imminent in this cell. How long it's going to last, I don't know. We had that one kind of die out. But obviously somebody really wanted me to look at Springfield, Missouri real quick. So I don't remember seeing anything over there. But we'll back out real quick. I'm not seeing anything in Springfield, Missouri, so like I said, kind of going to go back to this area. So tornado warning continues, and let's actually see what county this is. I always forget to do that. Southern Washington and northwestern Iron County. And this is going to be in southeastern Missouri right now. Yeah, we're kind of looking for maybe a new signature of some sort. Like I said, on the velocity, very tight couplet. Possible tornado, really imminent. And once again, still as it crosses over, was that Route 32? Yeah, Route 32. That's in between Bixby and Banner, there in southeast Missouri. So, like I said, it's crossing over that highway. So hopefully if there's any... Sorry, I'm reading something from the National Weather Service. They're actually quite concerned with this, which I kind of am too. I mean, you don't get really a tight couplet like that. Obviously, Perryville, Missouri right now is okay. They had that cell earlier, but everything's okay right now. Like I said, severe thunderstorms going through the western side of the metro, right over the National Weather Service. But watching this one really closely because this one would track up into that region. So, like I said, I don't know how long lasting. That last one we had didn't last too long. So, like I said, I'm going to kind of keep it here right now. Like I said, pretty tight couplet. Waiting to see if we can finally get any good CC drop. That would help indicate that we do have a confirmed tornado. But right now, no confirmed tornado. Golf ball size hail being reported in St. Anne. I believe that is up. And it looks like we got quarter-size hailstones falling at the Maryland Heights area around the St. Louis Children's Hospital as well. But once again, just kind of monitoring the radar right now on this cell just to the south of St. Louis. Heading up near the Potosa area. We'll kind of zoom back in here. Probably going to have to be safe here and say we'll need a new fresh scan, but it looks like a little bit going on there. Not enough to confirm it, but here's Highway 32. Potosa's right up the road here. There's Potosa. Peoria's in this kind of section right here. We'll just kind of wait and see what it does. Yeah, severe storms moving into obviously Kansas City here shortly. So strong damaging winds. Mr. Buds, I agree with you, buddy. Glad to have you here. Like I said, folks, Tornado Watch will go until 3 a.m. tonight for Southern Illinois. The main time frame is going to be 1 to 3 a.m. 1 to 3 a.m. So if you're just now joining, like I said, I took a break for about maybe 30 seconds, and they issued this tornado warning just to the south of St. Louis and southeast Missouri, so we've been kind of keeping an eye on it. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for the west metro of St. Louis for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Still a tight couplet on the radar. As it crosses over Route 32. Like I said, they're waiting on a new scan here, but depending on the next one, might be able to confirm this by radar. You would think radar would refresh a little bit faster, but so circulation continues to move off to the north. And that latest scan, I don't believe is enough. So it looks like it was just a bunch of junk. So nothing there. So can't confirm by radar. Still a very tight circulation. Very dangerous supercell as it moves up. Right, it's going to be, if it stays on track, would move into the heart of downtown St. Louis again. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'll kind of put it into motion for you guys to look at here. And those of you just joining, I'll just go to one screen real quick. You can see a big mess of storms, a lot of convection, pretty much all the way up. This is all what we're expecting in our neck of the woods later on tonight, 1 to 3 a.m., which obviously very, very heavy rainfall for our region, as well as some severe storms and a couple tornadoes possible in southern Illinois. So, like I said, I've been kind of begging people left and right, before you go to bed tonight, make sure your phone is on loud and not silent. If for some reason there is an emergency situation where we have a very severe storm or tornado, the National Weather Service will wake you up with your phone. Just make sure your EAS systems and notifications are on and not off on your phone. Those should always be on at all times. So there's the big picture, and you can see right now that's a damaging wind threat, and that's going to go probably east to west and affect portions of areas, maybe along Route 13 south to the Ohio River, so right in there. And that's going through Springfield, Missouri as we speak. So they probably just got, looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds, nothing yet confirmed. But let's go back into this tornado warning here in southeast Missouri, as we kind of looks like maybe the couplet could be, well, still pretty good. Very good inbound winds. Inbound winds are staying pretty strong. Got a couple 70s in there. I think I just saw an 80. Yeah, so inbound winds are strong. A lot of lightning with this, so definitely a storm that's not weakening. So we'll keep an eye on that. Like I said, here's St. Louis. They just got done with a nasty storm starting to move off to the north side. But those in the St. Louis metro, heads up. Like I said, this storm would be coming your way, at least on the western portions, but hopefully it'll weaken by the time it gets to you. But hey, with the way our severe weather has been here in the heart of America, I would take nothing for granted. Nothing. It has just been absolutely crazy. And that's something that's always concerning as well, is because it is sad, but um, St. Louis was just affected by an EF3 tornado, and the last I checked, there were still over 30,000 people without power in that area. I was talking with a couple linemen, and they were telling me over 300 power poles were completely snapped and have to be replaced. That's a lot of trees, so might take some time in and around the St. Louis region. So let's back off here for a second. I know I was watching Kansas City. I just saw someone in chat maybe issue a tornado warning, but I don't see a tornado warning right now. If there is one, it'd be really interesting up there on the north side. But here's Kansas City. They're getting ready to get hit with about 60-mile-an-hour winds. You can see this classic bow echo shape. But notice as it starts to make a turn to the north, we get a little bit of rotation just off to the east of St. Joseph. So maybe a quick spin up Clarksdale, Stewartsville. Heads up if you're in that region, especially off to the north as well. So just be careful.
Good night, everybody. Good night, bye.
That was my daughter. She wanted to tell everybody good night. She's my little storm chaser with me, so she had to come in. Once again, watching these storms off Kansas City, you can kind of see that little rotation there. Starting to kind of form more of a north turn. So heads up there, east of St. Joseph, north of Kansas City if you're in that region. Be ready for a quick tornado warning. Let's go back to St. Louis, or at least the south side here of St. Louis. As I believe, that is our only tornado warning, knock on wood. So this is our last tornado warning as of right now, and circulation's still pretty strong. Let's go ahead and quad box this, and we'll see what we got here. If our radar allows us to. Might have to. Been having a little issues with the radar scope here the last couple of runs. So let's go ahead. We can confirm this tornado, folks. We have a large confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a CC drop. So we can go ahead and confirm this. If you are in Peoria, Missouri, you need to be seeking shelter right now. This tornado is directly over you. We have down a debris signature, and this is a confirmed tornado by radar that is heading towards the Potosi area. Potosi. Let me back this up real quick. We now have a confirmed tornado by radar. Go ahead and circle that right here. Those of you that are just turning in for the first time are like, who the hell's this guy and how does he know that? I am a meteorologist here in Southern Illinois. I do have credentials. But yes, this is now a confirmed tornado with a CC drop. So what that is that is negative feedback from the radar. So it's like trees, debris, dirt, large area of things that the radar does not like, which gives us that negative feedback, and that can confirm our tornado. And with that couplet right there, that went ahead and confirmed it. So like I said, if you are just to the west of Caledonia, Missouri, Peoria, Missouri, Potosi, this is going to come very, very close to you. If this continues, this could possibly turn into a tornado emergency for Potosi. I'm not saying that as of yet, but those of you in Potosi, if you have friends and family in Potosi, around Potosi, this is a serious situation. So right now you have roughly about 10 minutes. You have really good lead time right now. This storm is moving in your direction. It's now observed, like we talked about. Radar confirmed this, 30 miles an hour. So you have plenty of time to monitor this. Let's go ahead and look. This tornado warning has not been extended for Potosi yet, but is 16 miles away from you. So like I said, you got about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, really nice tight couplet right here. And I'll go ahead and just turn this off. We just need to go full correlation here so everybody can see what I'm talking about here, because sometimes people are like, Luke, what in the crap are you talking about? right there, inner and outbound winds coming together very tight. Here's our debris signature right here, the little blue colors there. Looks like a pretty small tornado right now. We're going to keep an eye on it. Probably going through mostly a wooded area. But this is south of St. Louis right now, just south of Potosi, Missouri, in southeast Missouri. So, like I said, just want to kind of keep you guys up to date here. This is a rural area, but like I said, this is south of St. Louis. South of St. Louis. So, heads up. Keeping a close eye on this one. And like I said, wow, really, okay, this is a large tornado now. Look at the size of that. So starting to get a little bit bigger. No longer a small tornado. This is now large. Let's go ahead and just kind of look at the debris field here. So 2 miles wide. This is probably a pretty good rain wrap tornado, if I had to bet. But with that last CC scan, that's pretty large. So Potosi, get ready. Like I said, those of you in Potosi, Missouri, can't stress that enough. Radar images are kind of going to be delayed a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and back this up. Friends and family, Potosi, Missouri, this thing is coming your way. Doesn't look to be a direct impact, but at least the western portions of this city. Cannot stress it enough. Let's go ahead and put it into perspective here. Let's see if we can track this thing out. Yeah, it looks like it would kind of hit the western side there. It's making more of a left turn, which is what I like to see, but it just crossed over Highway 32 in Missouri. And so this would continue, like I said, this would cross over just to the west on Highway 8 in Potosi. I'm trying to think. It's going through a very wooded area. This is probably mostly just trees, and maybe like some cabins. So if there's any good news there, this is a very, very rural area. But like I said, coming into a much more kind of populated area. So those of you west of Potosi, along Highway 8 and Highway 185, this would move towards the Twin Eagle Lake Estate hideout. And like I said, actually, the Potosi High School is on the very western side. It should miss them, but it'd be very, very close. Very, very close. So like I said, those of you getting a pretty good lead time right now, but got about 10 minutes. But we're looking at a live, confirmed, large tornado. I would say it's at least a half mile to a mile wide at this point. Debris signature is at least 2 miles wide. We can go ahead and just kind of look at that. So here's our debris field. Oh my gosh, that's way too large. I apologize. So here's our debris field. It's a solid 2 miles. So I mean, you're looking at a pretty large tornado. I mean, the radar signature is not suggesting that it's strong. So I would say this is probably at least at EF1, maybe EF2. Does not have to be a violent tornado to cause life or death or major injury to someone. So we want to make sure that they are as safe as possible. So like I said, western sides of Potosi. This is our only tornado warning that I'm aware of right now. And that's a wonderful, wonderful circle I just drew. So Academy, once again, another Academy Award for that. So, oh, Potosi. Okay, thank you, Angie. I tell you what, I apologize. I can't get all of them right. So, Potosi. I will try to get that right. So, Potosi, Missouri. If you're on the western side of Potosi, Missouri, I'm probably going to get some hate off that. So, I appreciate it, Angie, for letting me know. I do apologize. But like I said, western portions there along Highway 8 and 185. And that should run parallel to Highway 21 as it continues north. If it does continue, it would scrape the western portions of St. Louis Metro. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Hopefully it's not like one that's, a long-lived one. But like I said, Potosi. And hopefully I'm saying that right now. So, But yes, you're looking at a live confirmed tornado. The last velocity scan looks a lot better. It looks like it has weakened a little bit, but still a tornado confirmed by radar on the ground just to the southwest of Potosi, Missouri. And so if you're on the western side there, you need to be seeking shelter at this time. Here's your debris signature right here. Like I said, here's St. Genevieve, Missouri, St. Mary's, I-55. Like I said, I think this is the only tornado warning right now in the United States. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, this is the only one right now, so. This tornado warning is for southern Washington County. Like I said, it's a confirmed tornado in a very rural area right now. So this is just mostly going through trees and just kind of wooded land right now. But if it really stays on the ground and stays near Potosi, it would cause some probably significant damage. If we zoom it out here, and I'll just go back to a 2-box real quick. If we zoom it out, tons of severe thunderstorms across our region right now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern portions of St. Louis. And this is our only tornado warned storm in the United States as of right now. So we'll kind of keep it here and make sure everything's good. There's that debris signature still showing up on the live cam. I would say it's probably still on the ground. Like I said, it'll on the next couple of scans, if it's not on the ground, it'll really start to shrink off. But there is probably a ton of trees, a ton of leaves and dirt and stuff going through that area right now. So like I said, that's the only really big threat is in southeast Missouri right now, just to the southwest of St. Louis, who, if we all remember, back on Friday got hit with that major EF3 tornado. I know a lot of you in chat are probably asking what the heck is going off, or what the heck's going on. So right now, yes, I do agree with that in chat. So like I said, western portions of Potosi, Missouri need to be taking shelter at this time. It does look like the velocity signature has improved the last couple of runs, but I'm honestly kind of surprised the National Weather Service has not extended this, which they probably have, and I just haven't updated it. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of debris flying around on Highway 32. That's the one we talked about as it crossed over. Like I said, I don't know. Little bit confused on why the National Weather Service really hasn't extended this yet, but looks like the debris signature has kind of weakened a little bit. Kind of tells me this tornado has lifted, if not just a very maybe is starting to recycle a little bit. I know that southern, you can kind of see those that convection there on the southern end right here. Could have helped cut off the inflow, but still a pretty good amount of debris right there. So like I said, west side of Potosi, still need to be seeking shelter at this time. Kansas City, Missouri, you guys just have damaging winds right now. So St. Louis, Missouri, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning off to your north. But the National Weather Service is monitoring this as we speak, and they are confident that this storm is starting to weaken tremendously. So, and actually, you will notice there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Potosi and areas off to the west. So we'll go ahead. Oh my goodness, what is going on? So this is going to be for Washington County in east central Missouri. They didn't even give a tornado possible on this, so National Weather Service must be pretty confident that this is going to be a done deal. This should weaken tremendously on the next scan. Like I said, the velocity, it's pretty much done. I mean, there's not a whole bunch there. If anything, probably a nice wall cloud. If this was to continue to the north, which it should, it would affect really the very, very western portions of St. Louis Metro. Maybe Eureka along 44. No, but that would be at the very best. So, like I said, right now we're starting to see these storms kind of maybe die off a little bit, which is good. But like I said, for the entire region in Midwest right now, heavy rainfall, 1 to 3 inches all over the place, all over the board. So, just kind of a heads up there if you're watching from kind of all over. I know most of you from around the area are used to me covering just southern Illinois, and I mean that's typically what I do. Like I said, right now, just kind of monitoring everybody. So there's that tornado warned storm, and I do believe the National Weather Service is going to cancel that here shortly. So we should have no other tornado warnings at this time across the nation. That is our last one as of right now, and hopefully it stays that way. But for those of you in our region here in southern Illinois, here is our massive line of severe storms from pretty much almost we'll call it I-70 all the way down to the northern part of Little Rock. Well, even further down from that. But if I put this into perspective here for our region here in southern Illinois, this is what we have coming our direction. So as you can see, storms ahead of this are moving in a north direction. This line is heading more in an east direction, so they would be here a little bit quicker. Main time frame for southern Illinois, 1 to 3 a.m. with a couple tornadoes possible and damaging winds. That's going to be the main threat for tonight. So like I said before, I cannot stress it enough before you go to bed tonight. Please, please, please make sure you have a way of receiving severe weather warnings. As long as you have your EAS notifications on and National Weather Service notifications on through your settings and your smartphone, they will wake you up if it is an emergency situation, okay? So just make sure you have that before you go to bed. I just realized my laptop's not even plugged in, so that's not good. I knew I was forgetting to do something, but that's pretty bad. But once again, if this is your first time following, my name is Luke Sager. I am the storm predictor here in southern Illinois. I typically just cover southern Illinois and areas that surround southern Illinois, so like southeast Missouri, obviously southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and southwestern Indiana. So like I said, appreciate you joining. I do believe that tornado warning is going to be dropped. So let me go ahead and look here. Like I said, I don't see anything else. And that one storm that was north of St. Louis has really died out. So 12 minutes left on this severe or on the tornado warning here. And that debris signature is really weakened. It's more than likely this tornado is not on the ground anymore, but is just kind of having debris fall from all the trees it's picked up. But those of you, like I said, those of you in Missouri, pretty much everyone in Missouri is going to be getting heavy, severe storms all the way from north to south. But the only tornado warning is in central Washington County right now. But it does look like the National Weather Service is going to allow this to expire here in the next couple of minutes. They are watching it. And one thing that I'm usually pretty good at is looking at observations from across the Midwest. I have not done that today. So I really need to do that right now. So I can see kind of. So obviously, we can tell where the warm front is. The warm front is set up right over Hannibal, Missouri. So really, anybody north of that's really not going to see too much. So really, just along I-70 south is going to be your main area of concern for severe weather. Let's see what else do we have here. Yeah, still a lot of energy in our neck of the woods here in southern Illinois. Some areas actually looking at about 2,000 to 3,000 joules a cape. So that's enough to get stuff going here in our neck of the woods. The good news, if any, the highest tornado environment is really in northern Arkansas right now. So we'll have to watch these storms as they enter into Little Rock area and northern parts there. Okay, so I'm glad I got to look through that. And like I said, tornado watch continues for most of the heartland until 3 a.m. tonight. I actually just had a new one just issued here for our Weather Prediction Center in regards to our flash flooding. And I did mention that earlier, 1 to 3 inches across the heartland, folks. So that's most of the region. So scattered and numerous areas of flash flooding are likely tonight. And I will post this image on the storm predictor, and you can see it's really just the entire area. I actually made a circle, I think, earlier about this. I know how everybody, well, if you know me, I know everyone likes my circles. So believe it or not, let's actually go back into this storm. This is quite unusual. So not only did we have a weakening of our first storm, check out what I just found on the second one here. New rotation. So second one goes up, it's gone. Debris still kind of ongoing, but look at this down here. New area of circulation on the southern cell that just developed. Good inbound flow like we talked about, but right there. So I have to keep an eye on this again as it just crossed over Highway 32. That one would be more of an impact to Potosi. So, like I said, this last one did confirm. You can kind of see what's left of the debris signature. And like I said, the tornado is obviously, it's up. It's just what is left over from that. It was a quick tornado. But now back down to our south, we have a new area of circulation from this new cell that just developed. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So we'll kind of keep it here. And see how things go. But like I said, I try to get to most of your questions, but it's just impossible. I need like about 1,000 of me to do all that. So Casey, no promises. I know. I try my best not to do anything inappropriate, but it just sometimes happens. I don't know why anyone would trust me with drawing material. I'm telling you right now, why would anyone in their right minds give me a crayon to draw on a weather map? I'm telling you right now, that is just not smart. But looks like radar's delayed just a little bit, so I'll kind of cut off these circles here. Like I said, debris signature that's southwest of Potosi, really not there anymore. I mean, it is, but it's just what's left over. So, like I said, I'm going back and forth between different chats, so thank you so much, Don. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody. Like I said, appreciate all the nice words. I wish I could thank all of you in person. I really do. It's just like I said, I need about 1,000 of me. So wait on our velocity to update here. That's kind of one of our. Oh, and there we go. There's our newest update. Still pretty good. Like I said, tornado warning will probably likely expire here in about 5 minutes. And this is not for this observed tornado. This one was actually observed at one point. And I'll kind of wait and see if the National Weather Service is thinking about maybe extending this. Which looks like someone's actually... Great minds think alike sometimes, because I say that, and there's already somebody starting to type in regards to that storm. So we'll see what they say here. But hopefully everyone's having a great Monday, if even that's a sentence. Mondays are not fun for anybody. And this obviously puts a damper on it even more when you have severe weather like this. But we'll kind of zoom out real quick while they're looking over this. Like I said, no other tornado warnings that I'm aware of right now besides the one that we're looking at in southeast Missouri. Like I said, a little bit more rotation starting to show up here. Drake, I think you're the only one without sound. I think everybody can hear me pretty good. If not, let me know, I guess, but pretty sure we're all good here. Storms will move into the region in southern Illinois tonight, 1 to 3 a.m. And, I mean, they should weaken for the most part, but there is still that chance for severe weather. So, like I said, just make sure before you go to bed tonight, make sure you have a way of receiving weather alerts just in case. Quick spin up is always possible with a line of storms. So, another thing to consider is very heavy rainfall tonight, so we're probably going to wake up to some flash flooding in some areas, so just be aware of that as well for your morning commute on Tuesday. The yellow outline county, that would be for a severe thunderstorm warning in south central Missouri there. Like I said, just kind of monitoring this tornado warning we have. This new cell off to the south starting to rotate a little bit, so I want to make sure it's good. Northeast Missouri looking good right now. Nothing too major. Might see a couple storms later on tonight. That first tornado must have been pretty large at one point because it is still showing debris being thrown back down. So that was it's pretty impressive. But once again, if you're just joining, my name is Luke Sager. I'm the storm predictor here in Southern Illinois, and you're listening to live continuing coverage of severe weather here in the heartland in the Midwest, as we have a tornado warning for once was a confirmed tornado by radar, which, I mean, still has a pretty good debris signature. It just must be, obviously debris that's left over. Just to the south or west of Potosi, Missouri. And like I said, I've been kind of monitoring it. You can kind of watch this debris signature as it crossed over, but still kind of going. Crazy. A new kind of rotation there on the south, but let's go back to one box here. National Weather Service is not going to. Yeah, they're monitoring it, just kind of like I am. So, but obviously, those of you that are watching, lots and lots of moisture. My goodness, look at all that! Just tons of storms, tons of rain. This will be moving into the heart of Southern Illinois, like I said, right at about midnight to 3 a.m., somewhere around in there. So everybody going to be affected by these. Yes, Zachary, you can see hail on radar. Yep, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. You got a severe line of storms off to your west. That should look to impact you right at about the 11 p.m. to midnight time frame. Tacoma, Indiana. Not 100% sure where that's at, so let me do the old Google Maps here. I wish I knew where every city was. Right there in the northern part, you should be okay. I would just anticipate a lot of rain, especially when you wake up tomorrow morning. Hopefully, it won't get too bad in Franklin County, but like I said, there's always a chance for severe weather with these lines of storms that move through. So, before you go to bed tonight, just please make sure you have a way of receiving severe weather alerts. So, if there is anything extreme, you can wake up and seek shelter if needed. Well, good news. We have no current active tornado warnings in the United States, which is great. They just dropped that one in Missouri. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break right now. I'm going to leave radar up. Obviously, you can see this big line of storms, which I will outline real quick. But I'm going to keep this stream on. But a line of severe storms all the way down the Midwest here is going to impact, obviously, portions of southern Illinois, central Illinois, southeast Missouri, eastern Arkansas, southwest Kentucky, and southwest Tennessee as well. So we're going to monitor these storms. A couple QLCS tornadoes can be possible, and just make sure you have a way to receive warning. So yes, your phone itself, all smartphones have an EAS setting and a warning system. So your phones will go off as long as those are on in your settings. And I will make sure I maybe find a post I can post that. But in your settings, you should have emergency alert broadcast system. And the National Weather Service can wake you up if there is a significant amount. But yes, you can also get Nixle text to your phones if you live in Southern Illinois. text your zip code to the number 888-777. That's 888-777. Send your zip code to that number and you will be automatically enrolled. Not every county has it, but best thing to do is to try it and see what happens. But like I said, I'm going to take a break for now. No active tornado warnings at this time, and if I see any, I'll come back and give you guys the broadcast. So don't freak out if you don't hear me. I'll have this broadcast up and continue to monitor these storms as they make their way into southern Illinois, into our region. Thank you, guys. I swear, anytime I go to the couch to sit down for 1 second, tornado warning now for this cell that we were watching earlier over Potosi. They are now going to issue that tornado warning, so let's go right to it. We're watching that scan. They said they weren't going to really issue anything, and now they're back to it, so let's see what we've missed here. Yep, pretty good rotation. Let's go ahead and quad box this. So good news, not going to be able to confirm this. However, Potosi, make sure you are seeking shelter at this time. You dodged one bullet, you might get another one right here. So obviously, tornado warning just issued for central Washington County in Missouri. This is moving right at Potosi at 35 miles an hour. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on these scans the last couple of seconds here. See if we can get anything confirmed. But that first supercell really weakened. The secondary one just developed, and it is right off to your south. So the western portions of Potosi. Make sure you are seeking shelter at this time. We have a new tornado warning for Quincy, Hannibal region. So we now have 2 tornado warnings, and actually that one's super strong. Let's go up to that one real quick. Holy crap. Let's back out of this. Just want to go up to... Look at that, folks. I think that's probably going to be our best bet. Oh, my. Let's go out of Central here. So I don't see a whole bunch there, but, man, we go out of St. Louis, which is shooting up higher into the atmosphere. Very, very strong couplet. Right over Hannibal. Moving off towards Fall Creek. Very, very strong couplet over Hannibal, Missouri. So make sure you are seeking shelter. That's right along the warm front there. We talked about that earlier. Very, very strong couplet there. So tornado warning for Hannibal, Missouri, Fall Creek, Burton. Moving into the Illinois side. So heads up. And we'll go back down. We have another tornado warning now along I-44. So I tell you what, I'd take a seat for about 10 seconds. They say, Luke, no break for you. Cuba. Just to the southeast of Cuba, Missouri. I've actually been through there right along I-44. Nice little town, and it's directly over them right now. So if you're in that area... Not confirmed at this time, radar indicated threat, but please, 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 please seek shelter if possible. Cuba, Missouri along I-44. Back over Potosi, still looking pretty good. Tornado warning radar indicated. I think all of these are radar indicated. We went from none to 3 real quick. That's how quickly things can turn around. This would impact the western portions of the metro if it gets into that region. Still got a long way to go. So as I said, looking at a few tornado warnings right now. One of them, Potosi. Starting to get a better couplet on it. Actually, that's a really good couplet. Western portions of Potosi, or Potosi, maybe I'm mispronouncing it again. I apologize. That is a pretty good looking storm there. So I'm going to go ahead. Pretty populated area. Hannibal, Missouri. If you have friends and family in that area and you'd be seeking shelter right now, Hannibal, Missouri. Cuba, Missouri. And now I want to make sure everyone in Potosi is safe because this tornado now has got me concerned a little bit. It is really starting to ramp up like the last one did. So this is going to be moving off, crossing over Route 8 just west of Potosi and along 185. Should cross just to the west of the split there. But regardless, that is going to impact quite a bit of houses along there. So Route 8 west of Potosi. I would approximate about maybe 5 miles west of Potosi and along Route 185 going north. 37-mile-an-hour wind speed recorded at Hannibal with that storm. But like I said, very concerned with this one. If you're along Route 8 west of Potosi, along the, what did I just call it? Son of a gun. The Route 8 and 185 split. Make sure you're seeking shelter. Let's go ahead and back this thing up. Route 44, I-44 in between Cuba. Heads up, possible tornado there. Heavy showers and storms along the metro, St. Louis metro right now. But look at that strong couplet once again right over the north side of Hannibal. Good news is I don't see enough there to confirm that by radar, which is a good thing, thank goodness. Cuba, here's our other one. No other sign of confirmation at this time. All 3 of these are radar indicated threats. Like I said, ain't going to take much, folks. Yeah, circulation over Cuba, not the greatest, but enough to warrant a tornado warning. Like I said, it's not going to take much. It's on the eastern side of Cuba, or directly over the town, actually, as it's getting ready to cross north of I-44. This is I-44. Here's Rolla. Here's Sullivan. And then here's Potosi back over here. Kansas City, Missouri, you guys are just getting strong winds right now. I don't think there's any tornado threat right now, and there's not, no, just strong winds and flash flooding. Well, let's see here. St. Charles, Missouri, you're good right now. Just normal storms. General storms. Like I said, that is nasty looking cell up by Hannibal. Maybe 2 areas of circulation coming into Payson, Fall Creek, north of Hannibal, coming into Burton, Illinois. Heads up there. Nothing to confirm on radar as of yet, but man, that's a really tight signature. Honestly, this thing's going to be very close to producing a tornado. Anytime you see a kind of a black hole like that, that's typically indicating an area of which that is going to be the tornado. So, like I said, directly in between Potosi. That is Route 8 there. Getting ready to cross the Route 8 to your south. Please seek shelter at this time. Tornado imminent at any second. Be near Dry Hollow. I'm looking on my Google Maps and see quite a bit of houses there. It's going to go right along Bates Creek as well. Oh yeah, it's actually right over Hornacy Lake right now. So if that helps out anybody with directions or anything like that. It is right over the lake, if not just off to the west, but it's directly over the lake. Directly over the lake, just to the Horsey Lake. Hornacy Lake. So very, very concerning right now. Should actually maybe see a debris signature any moment, but it's getting ready to cross over Route 8. National Weather Service is also very concerned with this as well. So that's our newest scan right there. I'll try to back that off a little bit better, but more than likely this is going to be, well, that radar's off a little bit. No debris signature, but that's probably going to be your tornado right there over the lake. So Cuba, no debris signature, just a heavy, heavy storm right now, a little bit of rotation. This is radar scope. Yep, just general storms right now for the St. Louis Metro, nothing severe. Sorry, trying to look at some different things right now. So here's Cuba, Missouri, I-44. Here's St. Louis. Here's Potosi. Here's Shirley. It's going to move north. Continue to move north. Mostly rural areas. Whoopsie. Back up a little bit there. And then back off to the north, we got our Hannibal one. That one's still looking pretty strong. So nothing new right now. Like I said, tornado warnings continue. Cuba and just off to the west of Potosi, Missouri, and Hannibal. but not seeing a whole bunch as of right now. Well, if we look at the big picture real quick and along everything, you can see we got our 3 tornado warnings from right here just off to the southwest of St. Louis up to the north around Quincy. But overall, just a lot of convection, folks. Just a lot of convection. Large severe thunderstorm warning all the way just south of Rolla down to the northern tip of Arkansas for these long line of storms, and I'll kind of show you. It's got a better radar advantage here. But you can see just a ton of convection, heavy rain as these line of storms stretching all the way up from really pretty much north of Kansas City all the way down into parts of northern Texas. As these will make their way east across the region into southern Illinois, where I broadcast a lot, from anywhere from midnight to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. And with that, we could see damaging winds and a couple isolated tornadoes. So, going back to these tornado warnings. Well, the good news is the Cuba storm, I do not see any more rotation in it. Back over to the east, the Potosi storm, it's starting to kind of act a little weakening as well. So that's also good. No debris signature found in both. So it looks like those are weakening. So like I said, just quick spin ups on these. I tell you what, this radar sometimes. But there's those two, and I'll kind of back it out so you can see everything. But that one up there near Hannibal, I think that one's just more of a damaging wind threat at this point. You can kind of see the way it's kind of little bow echo there, which they've already canceled it, and they think that tornado is going to be located over Fall Creek, or 8 miles northeast of Hannibal, moving northeast at 30. So, like I said, it might be mostly a damaging wind threat at this point. The Cuba tornado warning is set to expire. The Potosi one continues, like I said. It's the one that has its most dangerous right now, just in my opinion, but it's starting to kind of weaken a little bit, so that's good. So definitely off to the west of town right now. Nothing to confirm. No reports of damage. So, like I said, folks in southern Illinois that have been watching me, like I said, it's kind of going over some severe weather off to the west of us, but all of southern Illinois and Illinois will be impacted later on tonight. So make sure you have a way of getting and receiving weather alerts before going to bed. 1 to 3 a.m. seems to be the main time frame. For us, damaging winds and a few tornadoes are possible. So I'm going to go back to one screen here because this actually, no, I lied. I'm going to go back into this one. This one is weakening a little bit. Tornado warning will continue for it as it pushes off to the west-northwest of Potosi. It'll stay pretty rural, but we'll keep an eye on it. Okay, I don't think that one's going to do much more. I'll keep an eye on it. Tornado warning continues just to the northwest of Potosi. I'm going to zoom back out here. And I'm going to put on this radar so everybody can see everything. And we can see that, obviously, this is what I'm concerned with for southern Illinois. You can kind of see this severe line of storms. This will impact pretty much our entire region. So, oh my goodness, what just happened there? Let's try that again. What if my mouse is starting to die here? So, obviously, you can kind of see that window there for southern Illinois. So, really along I 64 south to the Ohio, down into parts of southwestern Kentucky. So, I know those lines are perfect. It's pretty rare, right? But like I said, I'm going to take a little break right now. I'm going to keep live radar up just so we can kind of see this coming in. But like I said, if I see anything that's really dangerous or something that I need to keep an eye on, I will come live real quick. The tornado warning continues for Washington County, Missouri. However, it's weakening quite a bit. I'm going to keep an eye on it on my phone. If I need to come back here, I will. So, like I said, this stream will continue. Like I said, I'm just going to be kind of back and forth. So, that's the area of concern right now. Like I said, 1 to 3 a.m. here in southern Illinois. Yeah, no kidding, Melissa. I'm going to go sit on the roof and see if that does anything to change it. So I at least want to go get a drink real quick. So if we could have maybe, a couple minutes without a new fresh tornado warning, that'd be great. So like I said, I'll be monitoring this. Live radar will continue. And if there's a significant, obviously, weather coming into our region, I will cover it. So thank you guys so much. You're listening to the Storm Predictor here in southern Illinois. My name's Luke Sager, and you're continuing to watch severe weather coverage on this Monday night. Thank you. Alrighty. I am back. So let's go ahead. I want to look at this storm near St. Louis. It's kind of really ramped up here in the So this storm is going to be heading right along north of Potosi. And this is a storm that has really gained strength here in the last couple of runs here. So, welcome back. My name is Luke Sager. I'm the storm predictor here in Southern Illinois. We're watching the supercell storm just to the southwest of St. Louis, Missouri, and just to the west of Peevely and Festus, Missouri, off I-55, and just to the west of DeSoto, Missouri. I am looking right now at a possible tornado any minute now that could be touching down. Actually, probably as we speak. This is going to go right next and north of Old Mines and along Route 47 near Richwoods. Actually, this storm would make a direct impact on Richwoods. So if you have any friends and family in that area, I would be telling them to seek shelter right now as we continue to watch this move off to the north. But like I said, no debris signature as of yet. Like I said, that's going to be highway. Oh my goodness, horrible view there. Should be over Richwoods right now, actually. So if you're in Richwoods, there should be a tornado. That's on Highway 47. Here is our big signature right here. No debris, at least being found yet. Just a radar indicated threat, but still a very serious situation. Very nasty looking cell. For some odd reason, I just got a thing that said my TikTok is down because I violated something. So, of course, nothing new there. So please let me know if you can't see me on TikTok, because that's interesting. It says I violated something. Interesting. Regardless, tornado warning continues. This is going to go for southeastern Franklin County and central Missouri, west central Jefferson County in Missouri, and northeastern Washington County. So don't get that confused with Illinois counties. This is in Missouri right now. So I'm not for sure what exactly happened on my TikTok. It said I was limited on my live. I don't know what exactly happened. Says I violated something. I don't know how I could have violated something, but whatever. Cool. Per usual, always fighting something they don't like. Good news is, well, no, circulation's still good. Good news is no debris signatures, so hopefully that's out. I don't freaking know. I swear, people hate me, and it's really just to get as many people as possible. A lot of people don't believe me when I say I don't make money on this. I really don't, because my Facebook, my monetization, it all got canceled out. I'm banned from it. They said my headquarters is in Serbia, which clearly I'm in Serbia. But obviously I wouldn't be doing this if it was for the money anyway. So, and all my sponsors that you see in the top right corner of your screen, I just helped them out. They're small businesses. I literally told them to make me a donation, and if that, it's like literally $1 a month. So, like I said, just trying to help out small businesses here in the area, and Like I said, I'm not in it for the money. That's for damn sure. But anyway, still getting screwed over by stuff. Tornado warning continues. Like I said, watching the circulation just to the south of St. Louis. It's been that it was actually one supercell, another one developed back behind it. So this is a new supercell. And then, like I said, a large line of storms stretching all the way down from central Missouri, almost northern Missouri, all the way down into Texas. That's going to impact most of the area. So, starting to see some storms actually develop ahead of this, too. So, I might have to keep an eye on that as well. Randolph County, Jackson County in southern Illinois. So, heads up there. I would classify this cell as a supercell, and this is probably our only one that I'm aware of right now. Everything else is embedded in a QLCS situation, which is that embedded in that line of storms down to our south. So, like I said, it seems like anytime I come in this room, everything just decides to weaken. But pretty tight couplet right there once again. And that's going to be right over, what town did I say that was again? Shoot. Keep losing all my towns. Hang on a second here. Richwood. If you're in the town of Richwood, you need to be taking shelter in. This is going to be in Missouri right now. Very, very tight circulation right here. If anyone's used to the area, here's I-55. Here's Peevely. Here's Festus, Missouri. There's I-55. Here's DeSoto. Just off to the west. But here's your circulation. Might starting to see maybe a little bit of a CC drop. And there it is. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado on the ground. I knew it was going to happen right over Rich Woods, Missouri. This is now a confirmed tornado by radar. This one's very quickly that just touched down within the last second. So this is one that's just now happening over Richwoods, Missouri. This is west of Hillsboro and west of DeSoto, Missouri, heading north at approximately 35 miles an hour. I'm going to see if there's any other towns in the vicinity of this. This is going to go north of 47, Route 47, near Fletcher, Missouri. It's going to head up near Grumville. I believe I saw Cedar Hill as well. Cedar Hill Lakes, but here's our tornado right here, folks. Just dropped one. This is a confirmed tornado by radar now. No longer need confirmation of spotters. I do apologize, excuse me. We're going to look and see what the National Weather Service, if they have indicated this. Yep, they have just now witnessed it. So this is now a confirmed tornado by radar, like we said. They just updated it. It's going to be in Richwood about 10:20, so it's literally on top of you. Fletcher, Grumville, Owerman, and Morris Mill. Seek shelter right now. Quick spin up of a tornado right along. Actually, just off Route 45, off to the northeast there. So, wanted to give you guys. Actually, you guys watched it live, and there's your debris signature again. Pretty strong. Let's actually zoom into this. There's your debris ball right there. Clear as day. Pretty good CC drop. Directly over, if not just past Richwoods. And then here's Route 45 right here. You can kind of see it with the blue line here. So that's going to go just off to the west of Hillsboro. So if you know anyone along that area, very rural, very rural. But we'll see how long this one lasts for. But I'll zoom out a little bit here. So this would be heading towards, if it continues, the hills, Cedar Hills Lake and Cedar Hill. Here's your tornado right here. Like I said, it is moving north. So it'll go just to the west, but it's going to be close. So, like I said, it could take a little bit of a turn. You never know. I want to keep you guys up to date here. So, Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because it contains unoriginal or reproduced content. I don't understand what I did. Unoriginal or reproduced. I'm not even doing anything. I don't. Okay. Whatever. Cool. All right, well, there's that on TikTok, but whatever. For some odd reason, I guess I'll just keep appealing it. I don't know what exactly I'm doing that's unoriginal. So, fun stuff. Tornado confirmed. Tornado now moving towards the north, just passed over the town of Richwoods, and is now heading towards the Grumville and Dietermeyer. So Grumville, Himmaker, Highway 30 heads up. And once again, that debris signature, and I'll be honest with you guys, that rotation is really weakened. So we might have had a quick touchdown, but if I had to bet money, this thing is probably not on the. Well, actually, no, I lied. Still got a debris signature, but here's our rotation now. If anything, it is weakened, and it's right on the county line there. Kind of back this up a little bit so everybody can see it. Very kind of hard to see that little blue circle there. Small tornado, but coming up just the west of Cedar Hill, Missouri. So if you know anyone in that area, please let them know. And I'll back out just for a second. We'll go one screen because I want to show you guys the big picture here. Maybe. There we go. So large severe thunderstorm warning now, and this is what's going to affect us here in southern Illinois here shortly. I know it's a lot to see, but severe thunderstorm warning for inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and you'll see as this is getting closer to our region, and I double box this, you can see with the velocity scans, we're actually seeing anywhere from 40s to 50s to maybe even some higher gusts in there, some 60s in there. I think I even saw a 70 pop up there for a second, but anyway, you can kind of see what we're dealing with and this strong line of storms that are going to come through. I haven't seen any reports confirming this, but like I said, this is going to be in our neck of the woods, possibly even maybe around midnight, 1 a.m. So this might be moving a little bit quicker than anticipated. So it is moving off at 45 miles an hour. And let's just go ahead and do some math real quick. So 45 miles an hour. Yeah, we're roughly about 3. So probably be about 1 a.m.-ish for the central portions of southern Illinois. Probably right around 12:30, 12 o'clock for the river. And let's go back over to our tornado warned storm. And we have a new tornado warning, it looks like. See what we got here. Okay, a little bit confused. I don't know what this one would be for. I don't see anything. Potosi, you're back in a tornado warning. Looks like for this circulation that was down here. If you live in the city of Potosi, if I'm pronouncing that right, this is going to be a direct hit on you. So let's go ahead and quad box this. I don't see any debris signatures or anything, so that's good. Still don't see any. But if we go off to our north here, we will see one. That's going to be with this one. So like I said, let's watch this one. Tornado starting to kind of dissipate a little bit. Let's watch some of this. Yeah, starting to really weaken. So this thing was probably on the ground for a little bit and then kind of dissipated. So no longer on the ground, but there is some debris there still. So like I said, it's going to be coming up on I-44 here in probably about, I'd probably say about 45 minutes, maybe less than that. And then, like I said, tornado parameters are very strong in Arkansas right now. So, yeah, look at that line of strong storms. Ouch. Those are going to be some stronger storms. Probably the strongest storms of the night. Going to be right in the heart of Arkansas. So, friends and family in the Arkansas region tonight, make sure before you go to bed you are finding a way to receive severe weather warnings because, like I said, this is a very dangerous line of storms running north to south along the state. We have a large tornado warning just issued now for very large tornado warning. That's very interesting. I'm about to go in Crawford, Washington, Iron, Reynolds counties in Missouri. A long line of storms. See, to me personally, I'm just seeing just a big damaging wind threat. However, this is what we call the QLCS tornadoes, where we have these spin ups, and that's quasi linear convective systems. And that is where we get these kinks along the lines and these storms that can have a misdirection and can cause a quick spin up or two. So, large tornado warning there. Like I said, a little bit of storm starting to develop right along the Mississippi River. St. Louis, obviously, you're getting hammered with heavy rain right now, and it is going to continue. I would almost put the St. Louis region in the heaviest area for flash flooding. So, those of you in and around the St. Louis region, flash flooding going to be a major concern by tomorrow morning. So, your morning commute might be a little hectic. So, those of you, friends and followers from St. Louis, just a heads up, you're going to be in quite a bit of a flash flood event. The debris signature that was south of Cedar Hill and Cedar Hill Lake, it has diminished. The rotation has diminished rapidly. Potosi, your rotation has diminished rapidly. Like I said, this line of storms, obviously a precaution there from the National Weather Service in St. Louis. I'm actually getting ready to go in to see what their thinking is on this. There actually is something that I just missed here in a second. Just to the west of Godfrey. Here's 67. 255 runs out, and this turns into 67 along into here. Goes through Jerseyville, Carrollton. Possible tornado on this. Look at that rotation right there. Possible tornado getting ready to come up just to the west of Godfrey, north of St. Louis, St. Charles County. I believe this is St. Charles County. This is going to be for Central Jersey and Madison. So Central Jersey, Madison. Heads up, here's 67. Route 67 runs through Jerseyville. Used to take this route to Western all the time for college, so I know what I'm talking about here. Very wide open area, supercell thunderstorm right here. Have to keep an eye on that. Our tornado warnings back down to the south. There's not an immediate threat that I'm aware of or see. This is really weakened. This is really shown signs of weakening, so I'm not seeing a whole bunch there. Arkansas, I absolutely get hammered. Like I said, line of severe storms heading our way in southern Illinois. I'll go ahead and go back to this one because this one's going to be one that probably produces here pretty quickly. Let's kind of keep an eye on that. So obviously these supercells and storms are in an environment where they can produce tornadoes but have been rapidly decreasing afterwards. So quick spin ups, and that's all it takes, folks. A quick spin up without a warning, and you could have significant damage to life and property. So these are going to be dangerous storms as we move through the nighttime. Especially these storms moving into southern Illinois, because I'll tell you right now, we haven't really had anything move into our region. So these storms are going to be a possibly a major problem because we have quite a bit of energy still in this area. But here's that line starting to move in, like I talked about, and this is going to really impact our entire region. So I'm just going to kind of circle everything here. But that's the main area of concern. And like I said, that line's already got a large tornado warning on it, so multiple spin-ups are possible. I am not going to stop the stream. The stream will continue throughout the night. So I will come and address storms as needed for our region. Tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. for our region here in southern Illinois. And like I said, we are monitoring this, and it looks like I mentioned before, that line of storms that we're looking at right now in southeast Missouri, 12 a.m. arrival time along the Mississippi, and then 1 a.m. arrival time in central southern Illinois. So that would be along Route 57 from Mount Vernon to Paducah and Sykeston. So kind of gives you a time frame. After that, 2 a.m. for Harrisburg, Saline County, and then probably 2:33 a.m. for Illinois-Indiana border, Evansville, Indiana, that area. So that's kind of the timeline right now. I'm going to go ahead and actually post this. I don't want to... maybe I won't post that. I don't want to confuse anybody. I want to kind of keep everything pretty... But regardless, like I said, a lot of people are going to be going to sleep. And a lot of people are probably going to be laying down for the night. So like I said, if you got to lay down, I get it. I mean, I got work tomorrow too. So just make sure you have a way of getting an alert just in case our phone goes off or something for a tornado warning. I'm going to keep that radar image up for right now, folks. Unless, like I said, something changes. Obviously, the pinpoint tornadoes is going to be impossible, but I'm just going to tell you right now, everyone in southern Illinois is going to be affected by this line. So tornadoes will be possible tonight, and they will be quick, brief spin-ups. So if you get a warning, you will have to act very quickly. Marion, expect severe line of storms, winds up to 60 miles an hour, probably some pea-sized hail, and an isolated tornado is also possible. And I hate saying that because the south side of Marion just got hit very hard on Friday, but it can't be ruled out. It's definitely possible. We are in a very prime environment right now. The two tornado warnings that are south of St. Louis, not the large one, those are set to expire. The large tornadic line, I'm getting ready to look at a little bit more because I'm not seeing anything besides wind-driven threat as of right now. Like I said, that could change, but obviously, it was issued for a reason. but obviously continuing to monitor these storms as they get. And right now, Randolph County, you're seeing some storms develop along the river. I-55 from Festus all the way down to Jackson, Missouri. You guys are getting some storms. That's just ahead of this. So this is not a PDS night. This is just a line of severe storms with embedded tornadoes. So, like I said, I mean, best forecast I can give you is literally from midnight to probably 3 a.m. So really starting in the next hour and 20 minutes for southern Illinois. And like I said, winds up to 60. Isolated couple tornadoes possible. And then pea-size hail. And heavy rain, of course. But I mean, once 3 a.m. hits, we should be good from the tornado threat. So, and then once again, we'll destabilize back again tomorrow, and there's a chance we could see more storms. Which actually I can look at that right now, but it looks like we will have more storms tomorrow. I'm gonna look real quick, see if we got anything on the short-term model run here. But we are under that slight risk for storms tomorrow. So we'll see this come through. We'll be all done by 3 a.m. Wake up to probably some more stuff. And then there's a possibility we see storms develop once again right around the 1, 2 o'clock hour. And then once those push through, they should be done by about 6. So at least that's the thinking right now with the short-term guidance. So, like I said, still got a slight risk for severe weather tomorrow as well. Like I said, we'll have storms and stuff in the morning. We'll clear out, have a good solid couple hours to destabilize, and then we'll have storms again. But doesn't look to be as impactful. So we'll just say it at that. I don't think we'll get enough clearing to really make things happen. But like I said, keep an eye on stuff, and we'll go from there. Like I said, tomorrow times will be in the afternoon. The risk is not huge. It's just a slight risk. Like I said, nothing major tomorrow that I'm worried about. Tonight I was actually more concerned with this, which I've been more concerned about this for the last couple nights. So tonight is definitely our highest threat from 12 to 3 a.m. There's quite a bit of energy, believe it or not, in southern Illinois right now. I don't expect these to weaken. If they do, it'll be a little bit, but I still expect a strong line of severe storms. So it looks like a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for the southwest side of the metro. You'll see it come up, and actually we got a debris signature, I believe, that just developed. Hang on a second here. Let me see here. Okay. Thank goodness no debris signature, but new tornado warning for, you'll see it pop up there. It's going to be for that cell. It's just in the north of Bonnie Terry in Missouri. This is going to go for Jefferson County and Washington County. I feel like I've been calling Washington County a lot tonight in Missouri. So, like I said, southwest side, starting to move into the metro of St. Louis. Tornado warning. This is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour now. This is a tornado that was located over Old Mines or 7 miles southwest of DeSoto, Missouri. So, like I said, just waiting for impact here in southern Illinois, and it'll be here within the next hour or two. So just stay put. And like I said, watching the St. Louis metro right now as we got storms coming out of the south. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. So just hang on one second. Let me go grab a quick drink because I'm talking a whole bunch, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. How to get a liquid IV here. All right, let's look at the latest here. Let me go back and look over here. I saw someone talk about St. Charles. We were watching that one. Not a lot of rotation with that St. Charles one, unless I'm thinking of something else here. New tornado warning. I feel like there's a new tornado warning every 10 seconds here. I mean, you can go to sleep, but I'd just be prepared. You got a lot of storms that are obviously under a tornado warning right now coming your way. So just heads up there. I know I got the main laptop up right now. I'm looking on my phone here for any type of tornadic activity. Literally just to the west of DeSoto, Missouri, possible tornado. I'm going to look here on the coalition coefficient to see if we have any drop. I don't see one at this time. However, it is right there, so, I mean, it's going to be close. And that would run parallel to DeSoto, Missouri, along State Highway. Wait for it. Wait for it. State Highway 21, I believe. Yep. State Highway 21. I'm sorry, Cheyenne. I know. Edwardsville, I believe, is good at the moment. Just obviously some scattered storms around your area. Normal storms right now, maybe some pea-sized hail. Good news is there, I'm not seeing any types of rotation, so good there in Edwardsville. Was kind of concerned about the severe thunderstorm warning near Godfrey, but it has weakened substantially on the tornado threat. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for that along Route 67 there. Tornado warning once again. I think this is about the 5th or 6th tornado warning for Washington County, Missouri tonight. They've already had 2 confirmed tornadoes by radar. Cuba is back in a tornado warning. And I'll tell you what, the rotation over Cuba is pretty significant. If you're in Cuba, Missouri right now along I-44, please seek shelter at this time. No debris signature, but very, very strong couplet. Cuba, Missouri, Route I-44, Cuba, Missouri, seek shelter right now. Very, very strong couplet. Very, very strong couplet. Tornado any minute. If not, it's down right now, just north of town, directly over the interstate. That's going to be moving towards the Bourbon area. It has continued off to the northeast now, along I-44. The good news is I'm waiting on a new update here, but no debris or anything showing up, so that's good. But very, very tight couplet. This is going to go along I-44, heading up towards Bourbon and Sullivan, Missouri. So heads up, this is going to ride this all the way into the south side of St. Louis. Looking at this radar right now, you would be going, what the heck is going on with St. Louis? There is tornadoes all around them right now. It's just a very big, coincidence maybe? Very big coincidence? Yeah. Let's see here. I have the screen right now. Just like I said, I'm on my other devices giving out shout outs here. My screen is not changing because I'm trying to give just a heads up of overall everyone in Southern Illinois what to be looking out for. So like I said, just right now, nothing. I'm giving out shout outs in Missouri right now. So if you happen to hear your town name, that's probably not a good thing. So make sure you're seeking shelter if you hear your town name being called out. Like I said before, just to the northeast of Cuba, Missouri, just to the west of Leesburg, and coming up on Bourbon, St. Cloud, West Sullivan, and Sullivan along I-44. Possible tornado knocking on your doorstep. You got less than 5 minutes to seek shelter. Possible tornado, along with some very weird rotation, west of DeSoto, Missouri, and southwest Hillsboro, Missouri. This would come right into the heart. Actually, I just lied. It would come right in. Actually, I did not lie. This is going to track right into the heart of downtown, the metro area that just got hit by that horrible tornado back on Friday. So if this continues, this would be an exact hit on St. Louis. I think right now, in my opinion, the biggest threat that's going to be along I-44 coming towards Sullivan, and then this rotation that's going to be coming in right to the heart of downtown St. Louis. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's still quite a bit away, but like I said, I would not take any chances with these storms, it seems like. It's approximately 35 miles away from the heart of downtown St. Louis, and the storm is moving at 60 miles an hour. So it's got, well, obviously, we can do the math. It's got about 30 minutes, maybe, if even that. So, and I'll change up the screen here in a second if I need to. Like I said, I just kind of wanted to give overall people that are joining to look at the overall picture. Very, very heavy rainfall coming into St. Louis area. This is going to be your flash flood area. As you can see, there's also some other cells starting to develop ahead of this too, so some showers and storms might be developing in western portions of southern Illinois along the Mississippi. So, like I said, Randolph County, heavy rain, even into Perry County, getting some cells just to the west of you. But like I said, very heavy ongoing rain and flash flooding threat I'm worried about St. Louis Metro. But once again, I want to thank everybody for joining and tuning in. My name is Luke Sager. I'm the storm predictor here in Southern Illinois, and you are watching continuing coverage of a severe weather outbreak ongoing on this lovely Monday evening we have. For some odd reason, I'm still live on TikTok, but apparently they banned my search or something. I don't freaking know. They said I was not using original content, but obviously everyone who knows me by heart, I've had nothing but problems with social media, so it doesn't surprise me one bit. Sorry, everybody, just kind of going through some more data real quick, seeing if I'm missing anything. Other than that, right now, nothing really too new. Hopefully it stays that way. All right, sorry about that. Going through some more data here. So at this time, I don't see anything that's life-threatening or, like I said, reaching out. That's really big. The rotation over I-44 is near Bourbon, Missouri, coming into Sullivan along I-44, and then that rotation near DeSoto and Hillsborough, Missouri, coming up on the south side of St. Louis. It does look like, unless my radars are acting up, which that always could be the case, that we are seeing a little bit of weakening in this line. And that would be awesome if that's the case. So we shall see what happens. But nevertheless, this time of year, can't take anything for granted. Like I said, hopefully everyone's having a good night so far. TikTok's already tried to ban me a little bit, so that's fun. I'm not. I'm not going away or anything. So, like I said, as long as there's warnings and stuff, I'm gonna keep the stream up regardless. So, you'll have active radar as this thing moves in. But hopefully, these warnings will start to dissipate as they move into our region. But like I said, we got some pretty good numbers in Southern Illinois right now. So, I don't anticipate it to, but anything's possible. Hey, just remember, folks, just remember who your number one meteorologist is. I'm the only one live right now in Southern Illinois, so. Never one to be competitive. Just want to let you know who your number one meteorologist is, though. All right, let's see here if we got any changes at all. Rotation is pretty broad on that storm south, right over Hillsboro, Missouri, just by St. Louis on the south side there. I'm going to keep an eye on it, though, because that is a pretty strong supercell. Now, back over with the tornado warnings along this line, more of a damaging wind threat. I think really the only threat right now would be the cell. Obviously, there was one that just developed near Louisiana, Missouri, coming into just close to Pleasant Hill, Illinois. Tornado warning there. But I would say this cell that is literally over Hillsboro, Kentucky, or how about Kentucky? Hillsboro, Missouri, coming into the south side of St. Louis. That's the one I'm kind of more concerned about right now. So we're going to continue to see what we do. No, I appreciate all of you. I know I joke around quite a bit, but I always love a good teamwork effort here in Southern Illinois. We have a few good meteorologists that do a really good job of keeping the area safe. I know Nick Housing does a great job and everything, so definitely want to give him some credit as well for stepping up and taking care of the area as well. Someone just asked what's the big area circled. Well, pretty much if you're in that area, and obviously I probably should have circled the St. Louis Metro, which I still can do. I'll kind of make a new circle, I guess, to kind of add on. This area is going to be almost looks like a submarine at this point. This is the area I'm most concerned with for severe weather, as we have this line of storms back to our west. And that's going to impact the area from starting now until about 3 or 4, really 4 a.m. for like over here in Owensboro and most of like Louisville, Kentucky. So really this is going to be about midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., somewhere in here. So, oh yeah, I always forget about Grant Dade. He's a great meteorologist as well, so... And hats off to Grant too, because I'm really hoping they don't cut him. I'm really hoping. I know WSIL is going through a lot, but seeing a lot of our local rural news channels kind of go to crap, I'd hate to see him go as well and have to go independent. That rotation once again, Hillsboro, Missouri. If there's any friends and family in that area, they need to be underground right now. There's a possible signature of a tornado. I'll have to wait a scan, but it is directly over the city of Hillsboro right now. So, Hillsboro, Missouri. I am not liking that storm at all right now. So if you have any friends or family in that area, there's a possible tornado over the city as we speak. And like I said, it'll be a quick spin up. So, yeah, you're probably going to be driving into a lot of storms, Kara. So the last scan did not show any tornadic activity, but man, I'm telling you right now, very concerned for Hillsboro, Missouri right now. Any friends or family in that area, please, please, please take shelter. Hillsboro, Missouri. Not good. Just new tornado warning. I guess they're just going to keep this line tornado warned. New tornado warning now extends. It includes St. Clair, Washington, all the way down to almost just the west of Farmington. So everybody might end up getting a tornado warning tonight with this line of storms. So just a heads up there. Kara, you do not need to take shelter as of right now. Just general storms moving through your area. Watching a supercell off to your south, though, so heads up. Uh, Not everyone's going to get a tornado warning. It's just kind of a figure of speech. I was just kind of saying that because, as you can see over here in Missouri right now, they have this whole entire line. They have tornado warned because there's a lot of areas that are currently rotating. So it's just a possibility that it just continues off, but I doubt it does that. Line of storm should impact everyone in southern Illinois. So that drawing is very. I'm going to take that down. Like I said, we got this long line of storms, and it goes all the way back into parts of Arkansas. So everyone's going to get a storm in southern Illinois. I mean, if you think about it, we've always been part of Tornado Alley. It's a very high coincidence that there's been the amount of tornadoes happen in that area along south of Marion and in southern Williamson County. So, I mean, like I said, just not really anything to explain. It's just a very, very high coincidence on that happening. Kind of zoom in here. We'll go double box. I'll pause this and let you guys make some decisions. So you can kind of see with this, embedded in this line, there's some kinks. So that's why they're going tornado warning with all this, just to be safe. But regardless, I would say some gusty winds with this. So I know a lot of you are asking about timing. It's like literally 12 to 3 a.m. That's all I can tell you. So, I mean, everyone's asking me about a city. I just can't. I can't do it. Sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I can't. I've said it so many times. Like I said, here's our line. There's these storms starting to develop. I want to go back over to this one real quick. Chester, you have a lot of lightning over you right now, so probably due to lightning. So double. So here's that Hillsborough rotation. It's really weakened, so that's good. So new tornado warning for it, but man, as soon as they issued that, it weakened. But that does include the South Metro along 255. I think that is 255 here. Hang on, that might be 270. Because 255 runs north. No, it is 255. I'm right. Turns into 270 up by once it gets to 44. Okay. I had to think about it there for a second. But yeah. So running here around the 255, 270 along the I-44 split here, that tornado warning does go. Like I said, this one will make it up in there. Have to keep an eye on that for the St. Louis Metro. I'm sure a lot of people are probably like, what the heck? So if you're just now tuning in, this is the Storm Predictor live in Southern Illinois, giving you severe weather coverage tonight, Monday night, May 19th, 2025. We're actually getting ready to move into May 20th. So I'm going to have to change the title to this thing here pretty soon. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to do May 19th. 20th. So that should have updated everything. Let's go check in with the National Weather Service and see what they're saying about some of these storms. Like I said, I know it can look scary with a big, large tornado warning, but like I said, this line has not yet produced any tornadoes that I am aware of. It is mostly a damaging wind threat. Like I said, this will be coming into the St. Louis metro along with these heavier storms. So a big flash flooding threat for St. Louis is going to be ongoing through the morning commute. I was going to say, like I said, a long line of tornado warnings stretching all the way from Washington, Missouri, all the way down to Centerville, Indianapolis, Ironton, for this line of storms. So like I said, supercell thunderstorm here near Hillsboro, like we talked about. Continuing to watch that. Although in the last couple scans it has weakened tremendously, which is a good sign. We don't want any type of tornadic activity going through the metro area right now in St. Louis. More showers and storms starting to develop in and around southern Illinois. You can see that in Williamson County, Jackson, down in Johnson, Alexander, even in parts of Franklin. But hopefully once these storms move through, we'll just have a kind of a wet, stormy night into tomorrow as well. And then, like I said, a more threat for storms tomorrow. Yeah, sadly, that line's starting to gain strength again in parts of Farmington, Missouri, so we might see an additional severe thunderstorm warning be issued. You can kind of see that tornado warning has been shaved off now. Like I said, just trying to... I think it's actually starting to rain here at the Storm Predictor headquarters right now. We'll get a little bit of cells developing here. But you can see they've shaved off this old tornado warning, and here's the new one. But if you kind of go, if we go off the different radar here, if we go off Paducah, you can see that strong line of storms really starting to kind of get together. And with that, you can kind of see that bow shape. And we're probably going to start to see more of a damaging wind threat with, you know, like I said before, isolated tornado spin up or two. Oh yeah, that's a good view right there. Right there, see your strong winds right there? That is a really good indication. And a little bit of rotation there on that backside. You can actually see, where was that at? Rotation right in there. So that's why we have that large line tornado warning, because that whole line is kind of rotating. So this will push off into the direction of even Washington County, Randolph, Perry, Jackson, Jefferson, Franklin, heads up. Waterloo, St. Clair County, heads up. This would all affect you. Obviously, everyone's going to get affected, but those are going to be the main areas of concern for this tornado portion as it continues to kind of push off. You can kind of see the way it's going. So that would be the area of concern right now that I would be kind of worried about as that pushes off. So there you kind of go. Just give you a heads up in those areas from really now until what, about 3 a.m. is what I'm talking about. So I turned my iPad on to use it. I haven't even used it yet tonight. Probably just need to turn it back off. And like I said, don't let this large tornado warning scare you. This is just a line of storms. The tornado chances are somewhat low. They're not extreme by any means. This is more of a damaging wind threat, but there's that chance we could get a quick spin up, and those are very dangerous, especially this time of night. So we want to make sure people in this area are very safe. And then that's what I'm here for. So like I said, good news, that tornado warning that is in Hillsborough, or let me see what county this is, southern St. Louis County, starting to weaken a little bit of rotation still with it. However, moving off near, it's going to be right around the I-55 and the 255-270 split here in approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, we'll see what it does. But right now, not showing a big sign of tornadoes. Champaign, yeah, you're good to go to bed in Champaign. Shouldn't be any severe stuff near you. If anything, just heavy rainfall. Yeah, that rain in Christopher is just ahead of it. So I mean, like I said, That's not the main line. So I'm assuming that's the Weather Channel app. They like to do that. All AI driven, by the way. Weather Channel is all AI. Just like everything else. Very ridiculous. Looks like we got a new mesoscale out. Let's look at this real quick. Ooh, my favorite guy, Broyles, is on shift too. Makes it even better. Let's see here. Severe weather threat will continue over the next few hours. Isolated tornado threat, large hail, and winds. Damaging winds will be possible. That is for our tornado watch. Looks like that came out about 45 minutes ago. I must have missed it. So, looks like they will be looking to extend this watch if needed. But around 2,000 joules of CAPE in our region right now, and that's enough to get the stuff done. So, yep, like I said, I'll be continuing to monitor this as it moves into our region as it is right now. So, like I said, we're just kind of monitoring right now. Tornado watch in effect till 3 a.m. for most of the region. Skylar, believe it or not, I am. I've done it all. Um, just kind of moved back into the role of broadcasting now for everybody. So I've had my storm chasing day. Still do it from time to time. Uh, just with having a family and uh, my baby girl, it's kind of hard to leave family. So that's awesome. Like I said, nothing new to report right now, other than, like I said, we got this tornado warning. I'm going to see if they're going to extend this at all, which, like I said, that bottom line area has got me concerned a little bit. And the only reason why I say that is it's starting to on the uptick side of, yeah, those of you saying it's starting to rain, like I said, a lot of convection starting to develop in southern Illinois, so there's going to be some light scattered showers before this main event gets here. Looking at about 1 a.m., so we got about an hour and a half before the central part of. Yeah, and like I said, St. Louis Metro, more than likely you're going to be okay. It's just going to be very heavy rainfall and a lot of storms, so it's going to seem pretty rough out there, but nothing that I see right now would be a direct threat, especially that tornado warning just off to your south. Now, the storm that's near Sullivan or St. Clair, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that because that will head your way. And that'll be probably, yeah, probably be around 1 a.m. as well. We'll back out for a second, so we said. So yeah, extreme line of storms coming into Little Rock. My goodness. Well, they just have a special weather statement on that. I'm surprised. Very strong line of storms, though. Like I said, here's the main line I'm concerned with. Oh, already screwed it up. Well, you can kind of see what I'm dealing with here. So, anyway, that's that main line of storms that we're going to be watching as it enters our region. It already starting to. I'm just going to go ahead and take off that, and we can just look at the overall picture of radar. Notice all this heavy rain on the backside as well. So, it's going to be raining for quite some time tonight. Actually, the rest of the night. So, anyway, from 1 to 3 inches. Throughout the Midwest and Heartland, so I'm still here. I'm just kind of going through some more data. So tornado warning continues for southern St. Louis County. But like I said before, it's not looking the greatest. A little bit of rotation actually just south of Arnold, getting ready to cross I 55. Very, very weird cell for sure. Anyone else tired, or is it just me? One thing I hate about late night storms, I seem to always get tired right around midnight. I'm like, great, still got like halfway to go. Just south of St. Louis, I'm watching. Like I said, this cell right here, you can kind of see it's wanting to get its act together a little bit, but still a radar indicated threat. But coming into the south side of St. Louis, so I mean, hopefully this tornado warning can just expire. I mean, it's got 14 minutes left, and then, like I said, we won't have any tornado warnings in our neck of the woods, which would just be awesome. Did I just see a tornado warning? Okay, oh my goodness. Thought my eyes were deceiving me. I think I'm just going to take a little nap. No, I'm just kidding. I think if I took a nap, everybody on here would probably be sending me a lot of hate mail. So that circulation, like I said, once again, just to the southwest of Arnold, Missouri, coming into the downtown area of St. Louis. It is not strong at all. Very weak. This is looking like a generalized thunderstorm at this point. I don't expect any impacts to the metro at this St. Louis metro area at this time. I think this will just be a generalized thunderstorm. They probably will set this to expire. I will keep an eye on it very, very closely, though. I don't want to eat my words by any means, but feeling pretty confident. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Yeah, I sleep with my eyes open anyway, so. You got a strong line of severe storms coming your way, Festus. So just hold on tight. It'll be over here in about an hour for you. I'm really hoping they don't extend this tornado warning and just make it a severe thunderstorm warning because I'm honestly really surprised. Oh my gosh, why? New tornado warning just issued. We'll see how large this one is. It looks pretty large. Yep, there it is. So they're going to continue it, of course. Tell you what, they just don't want me to go to bed. So the one that just asked me about Festus, obviously that answers your question. This will continue. Randolph County, you'll probably be next in this tornado warning for this line. And like I said, Jackson County, Perry, Franklin, be ready. This is going to be a direct hit on you. We're just going to watch this come in. Kind of watch this radar pretty closely. We'll kind of shift gears now and just kind of really sink into southern Illinois as this line approaches. So a lot of you are asking about the rain right now. Just understand that these are just little cells that have developed ahead of this main line. It's probably not going to do much, so just like I said, stay put. This is not the main event. I think we got more tornado warnings right now than what we had on Friday, just in coverage area. So obviously some concern as it gets over into our region. I really want to keep it double screen. Is everybody okay with that? If we keep it double screen and kind of look at the rotation as well. And honestly, I haven't seen a whole bunch of reports with this. So let me see if I can get. Oh, I guess there have been some wind reports in this. Oh, okay. Never mind. I apologize. This line has had the history of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Coming into. Oh, actually, there's been quite a bit of damage. My gosh. Okay. So this line went through 70 mile an hour to 80 mile an hour gusts measured with an outdoor rain gauge. Just to the west of Farmington. So that's coming into like the Chester. So this is very damaging winds. Regardless, that might be the reason why they're putting out a tornado warning for this. And I'm not even kidding. This is once again for Washington County. They have gotten, this has got to be like the 7th tornado warning they've gotten today. So we'll be keeping an eye on this line then if it's creating this much damage. But it looks like it does have the history of producing some very gusty winds. So that will be moving into the heartland of southern Illinois here in the next hour. So those of you, like I said, getting to the river right at about midnight, 12:30, right into the heart of southern Illinois. Right at about 1:30. Yeah. Roughly 1:30 for central southern Illinois, folks. I'm sorry, I'm like a chat. Um, I'm confused what we're talking about. If the radar confirmed me, they get through debris. I'm assuming we're talking about tornado warnings. So a tornado warning can mean it's radar indicated. If it's a radar indicated threat, that means that there's rotation that's strong enough to create a tornado, but it has not been spotted nor confirmed. But then there's a confirmed radar indication where we found debris by radar, and then there's a weather spotter confirmation, and then we have tornado emergency. So hopefully that kind of helps a little bit. All good. Thanks for asking. Sorry, I didn't. I'm trying to look in chat as much as I can, but sometimes I miss stuff. So, like I said, try to follow, but got a lot going on right now. So, good news for St. Louis Metro. The tornado warning that was for the south end has now expired. I do not see any indication of anything that would be concerning for the St. Louis metro area besides general thunderstorms at this time. So, good news there. Still watching some cells off to your west, so just hold on tight. You're not in the clear just yet. Obviously, Southern Illinois just posted something on the storm predictor, giving you kind of an out date here, or an outlook, I should say. Um, if you get a tornado emergency, that is the highest tornado possible. That means that you are, I hate to put it this way, but if you're in a tornado emergency and you don't take cover, you are more than likely probably not going to survive. And that's, I'm just being honest with you. Tornado emergency is 100% guaranteed that you're going to get a tornado. Confidence is super high, likely an EF2 tornado or greater. So, like I said, just yeah, pray you're never in a tornado emergency. It's not good.
One day.
Man, I wish I could be as good as max velocity. Uh, all right, let's go back here. I want to look in here. So just north of Farmington, you're going to get hit with some pretty gnarly winds here. We're starting to see these severe thunderstorm warnings come in with a tornado possible. This is going to be issued by the National Weather Service in St. Louis. So like I said, we're just going to monitor this line. Looks like it's moving straight east for the most part. So, yeah, just kind of watching to see what areas I need to be concerned with. Obviously, Chester area, you're in my greatest concern right now. Stillville, Pinckneyville, I would say right now, like this area is definitely going to be my area of concern. So if you're in this area right here, you're going to be in my severe thunderstorm warning slash possible tornado for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So, like I said, very probably a lot of power outages in this region. Very strong straight line winds. So just heads up. Do do do. Maybe I missed something here. Oh, okay. New tornado warning on top of a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, that's a first. Okay. Oh, I can see why. Little couplet right there. So, like I said, QLCS tornadoes possible along this line. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kara. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing your name right because I'm horrible with that too. But like I said, this is the area: Randolph, Perry, Northern Jackson County. You're my main concern right now for this cell. Straight line winds, and like I said, obviously this whole line's under a tornado warning, so I'd expect that just to continue down the line, unless this thing really decides to weaken. So yeah, this is kind of my main area of concern right now. So those of you that are watching, that's what I got right now. So just stay tuned and stay safe. We'll see what happens. But that's what I got right now. I'm gonna go get a refill on my liquid IV. I'm gonna stay hydrated before bedtime, which will probably be 10 hours from now. But I will be right back. We'll take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. All right, sorry about them commercials, folks. I know they're annoying, but we're back covering continuing coverage for severe weather. About 9 minutes until we kick off May 20th. So I want to thank you for joining the Storm Predictor live here in Southern Illinois. Yeah, just relax, everybody. I'll get you through this. Like I said, nothing to worry about or anything. I'm just like I said, marking some outlines right now. Just the most impactful severe weather. Like I said, right now this line's looking at about 60-mile-an-hour winds gusting roughly. So, like I said, I want to make sure you guys get enough lead time with this, and hopefully, like I said, I mean, hopefully with these storms developing, it might knock down a lot of this energy. So, like I said, just hold tight. Like I said, I'm just trying to give you a heads up. Kind of watching this line here. You can kind of see it's almost going more north now. So I might even knock out that area a little bit. But like I said, needless to say, this line right here is the main line of concern. And as you can see, if it goes off into this direction, this would be the area it gets to. So obviously, like I said, Randolph County, Perry, Jefferson, Franklin, Williamson, Johnson, Alexander, all areas of concern right now. Don't have a heart attack. Tell you what, everyone can freak out if I freak out. That'll be the deal. So if you guys can all just not freak out until I freak out, then we're good, right? So that should be a pretty good stress reliever, right? Maybe what I can start doing is I'll put the camera on me, and if I don't have a shirt on, then that's just not good. That means it's obviously we're not going to make it. But if I have clothes on, then we're good. So it's a win-win for everybody. Chester right now, like I said, just monitor. You got a pretty strong line of storms off to your west. I would say right now, pretty good straight line winds. So, like I said, I've kind of outlined the main concern right now. So, Johnson County, Alexander, like Cobden, Anna, Dongola, Williamson County, Franklin County, Jefferson, parts of Washington, Perry, Jackson, and Randolph right now. So, like I said, everybody just relax. Stick with me. If I freak out, then you can freak out. But right now, everybody just relax, take a deep breath, get you a liquid IV like me. Just sit back. We can watch the radar. And, like I said, the good news is we have all of these storms ahead of this thing right in here. So that is telling me it could limit this line from really impacting too much. So, could be a very good thing. So, Brandon is in Perry County. I believe he's in DuQuoin right here. So, like I said, he's probably not happy with the lovely circle I drew earlier. And like I said, whoever gives me permission with this, they never should have gave me a pencil. That was just a dumb idea. So, this one's starting to rotate a little bit down here. So, that's why they went with that tornado warning. But obviously, yeah. So for the truck driver at Mount Vernon, you got about roughly an hour and a half, and you'll have a line of storms and just a lot of general scattered storms around your area. I don't know which way you're headed, but north or south, east or west, you're kind of in trouble. So Haley, that is 100% correct. I attempted art class one time. I failed so bad they didn't even let me back in the class. For a final project, I did a stick figure family. So, yeah, obviously you know what my final grade was. Yep, starting to notice a lot of lightning and thunder starting to really overwhelm our area now. So, like I said, this is before the. I say the calm before the storm, but we got a lot of. I've gone to town on them circles. That is true. So, like I said, we got this area here, really tight couplet. This area here, and then like I said, I mean, here's our line right here. So. But kind of back this out. We'll go ahead and play it full play here. A lot of convection really starting to ramp up. So that is telling me that is going to help maybe weaken this out. Okay, it's pretty strong right now. It's a pretty strong line. However, this is good. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out here in southern parts of the area. So, like I said, we'll kind of hold off here, just kind of monitor things, and hopefully, like I said, I'm going to keep everything going, so don't worry about that. Wow. I can't believe I'm getting ready to announce this, but from WGEM out of Quincy, they have a report near Kingston, Illinois, in Adams County. A report of a chicken coop in a carport completely blown off. The owner had to bring in his goat into the house because the goat pen got blown away as well. So there's your official weather report from the night. I would have expected that down in here in southern Illinois, not northern Illinois, but they're pretty farm country up there too. So there you have it, folks. You heard it first here from the Storm Predictor. You can really start to see. Tell you what, we're just going to go one screen here. I'll tell you why. I think these tornado warnings are set to expire, but you can really see the storm coverage and convection increase right here, especially in Randolph, Jackson, Alexander counties. So that's really good. Well, I want to welcome you to Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. It is now midnight here, Central Daylight Time, and we are continuing our severe weather coverage here in southern Illinois as we have tornado warnings out to our west and more storms developing right over into our region as we have some leftover storms that we had a moderate risk out in the plains today, and just a whole bunch of convection and storms moving into our region. We'll kind of zoom out and look at the big picture. Storms pretty much all the way down south into Texas and even into Wichita, Kansas right now. Looks like we got some severe storms. Let's go ahead and check in over there with them. And my goodness, pretty large storm system right there. But we'll kind of head back over into our neck of the woods. And like I said, a very big rain events and a little bit of severe weather as we have a line of storms from the St. Louis metro all the way down into parts of northern Arkansas that do have the potential of damaging winds and possibly a couple quick spin up tornadoes. Now, I don't want to scare anybody with that, but like I said, I know before last 2 days of just, actually, let me repeat that. Since Friday, we just have not had the best luck in our region. So we want to take everything seriously and make sure that we obviously call this the best to our ability to keep everybody safe here in Southern Illinois. Right now, no major changes. Well, I am hoping it's going to weaken. Yes, I hope I didn't speak too soon at all. But like I said, right now, 2 tornado warnings will go for another. Looks like this one just got updated, so it's good for another 30. But we're going to see if any of this gets obviously updated into parts of Southern Illinois. It would surprise me greatly if Randolph County got a tornado warning. I really expect a big severe thunderstorm warning for our area, but I could be wrong. Like I said, sometimes the opposite happens, but no new reports coming in at this time off this line, so another good sign. Like I said, we're just going to monitor. Christine, I'll teach him for you. He'll be all right. We'll teach him real good. Other than, like I said, just have your phone on, and like I said, you can have your, text messages, stuff like that. I probably need to find a good app for everybody to use. Like I said, no one's allowed to freak out unless I freak out. So, like I said, just relax, breathe, and we'll get through this together. New severe thunderstorm warning now for the remainder of Perryville, Jackson, Missouri. This is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible. Like I said, this is going to be pretty much right where I expected the heart of this to go. And you'll see it pop up here in a second. It's kind of actually hard for you to see, but like I mentioned before, here's the main line I'm concerned with. So this is the area I'm most concerned with through 3 a.m. right now. That could change, but like I said, that's just my main concern. So this is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds, pea-size hail, and an isolated quick spin up, okay? Like I said, this is not a huge threat. However, given what we've been through the last 72 hours, I want to make sure everyone is aware of the possibility. So everything needs to be taken seriously tonight. Can't stress that enough, but once this gets through, we will be done and just have generalized showers and storms. Will clear out by tomorrow mid-morning, and then there is a chance we could see more severe weather tomorrow afternoon early. Mariah, I would just stick with one app. You're probably overwhelming yourself just a tad bit. And I do the same thing. I have tons of apps on my phone too. I think when I get a tornado watch, I have about 50 different things to go off, and I'm like, okay, I get it. Jeez. I know. So I'm going to leave that box up for everybody to see. Like I said, if you're just now joining, which I've got 500 of you on here now between Facebook and YouTube. Haven't looked over at Twitter, although they kind of shot me down the other day. So, um, yeah, I got flagged from Twitter earlier. They sent me something saying I'm not doing original content, so they have to ban me. So I might not be on Twitter anymore, I guess. But whatever. Tomorrow's threat, yeah. I mean, the storms are going to develop literally right on top of us, and they'll be more scattered out. Honestly, my confidence level in it developing in our region is quite small. I think it's going to develop more in like parts of southwest Indiana and western Kentucky, and western Tennessee, and not really in our region. But like I said, that's always subject to change. So. Um, Looks like they took away part of the tornado warning for St. Genevieve. I can't actually. Hang on, I can't click on it. Hang on. I was watching some other stuff. There's a cell just to the south. Actually, I apologize. Just to the west of Washington County, I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Coming into New Baden breeze. Showing a little bit of signs of rotation, but not a whole bunch right now. 5 minutes left to go on the cell near St. Genevieve. So Randolph County heads up a little bit of rotation heading your way into Ellis Grove, Stillville. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Fredericktown. That looks like a pretty good indication of a tornado. What radar am I going off of right now? Okay, that looks better, but still a pretty good signature on radar for Fredericktown. Like literally coming into Fredericktown, really good rotation signature. Junction City, Fredericktown, Colbate. Might want to seek shelter in Missouri if you can. That's a very quick spin up. The good news is there's no debris signature, thank God. Looks like National Weather Service sees it as well. They're monitoring it very, very closely. But I would say if the next scan that's still there, probably gonna have to. Yeah, Fredericktown, please take shelter right now. Very serious situation along Fredericktown, Missouri right now. That's not good. Pretty strong threat of a tornado. Literally over the city of Fredericktown. Matthew, that's a great idea. I probably should do that. I just need, a couple $1 billion, I guess. But, maybe I can just call everybody. That'd be a lot of time. But, Chelsea, you need sleep. I need sleep too. I'm getting tired. And like I said, don't be scared. You can't be scared unless I'm scared. Once I'm scared, everybody can be scared. Other than that, new tornado warning just issued for Redbud, Waterloo, Freeburg, Belleville. Really surprised they went that far north with it, but it's going to be for this rotation south of Bloomsdale, crossing over I-55. It'll go just to the northwest of St. Genevieve. If you're in Evansville, Illinois, you got about 5 minutes, and I would seek shelter. 5 minutes, and I would seek shelter. Let's go ahead and I'll just switch over real quick. I'm doing this on my phone, but let's go ahead and look at these real quick. So let's double box this. We'll go back over to St. Louis. Alright, here's your tornado right here. Here's I-55. There's south of Bloomsdale, coming right up on Evansville. Okay, it's gonna pass just to the north of St. Genevieve. It's gonna go right into Evansville. Evansville, Illinois, friends and family, wake them up. They should be, actually, their phone should be going off right now. So, new tornado warning just issued for them. Possible tornado coming at them. Now, I want to go back down to Frederick here. Here's Fredericktown. They are in a tornado warning, but look at that couplet right there. Right over the heart of town. Right there. And obviously, we got a new radar image. Looking a little bit messy now, but regardless, there's that line of storms that we were concerned about that are really starting to, to me, they're not weakening too much. If they are, very little. Still a very aggressive, severe line of storms that are capable of producing a tornado or two, and that's what we're seeing over here. That little handoff there near Bloomsdale. You can kind of see it there at the last second. A little spin up. Honestly, you can almost have 2 spin ups on this. Almost have another one over here by Fultz into Macetown. So heads up. Like I said, that's our strongest one so far right there. And let me just make sure I'm reading this right. So, hang on a second. 8. Yeah, Bloomsdale. Okay, yep, just making sure. So right here. Crossing over I-55 as we speak. But like I said, Evansville, Illinois, please, please, please take shelter. This is going to move off. Sparta, you are not included in this tornado warning. Evansville, you are. Prairie du Rozier, you are as well. I probably just pronounced that. Baldwin, Marissa, please seek shelter at this time. 2 areas of circulation, okay? So you got one here. This is the big one. And you got another one up here too, okay? So just a couple areas we're looking at. Like I said, a ton of storms starting to develop in southern Illinois as well. But that's our big one right now. I don't think we're going to be able to pick out anything for a while, so. Just our first round of and look at that, really weak in there at that last little moment. But still, keep an eye on this one. Weakening quite a bit, but like I said, pretty strong up in here too. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just a big old mess of storms. Nothing like Friday where we had individual storms. Just a big old mess. Big old mess of poopy. off of Joe Dirt. Sorry. It's getting late. I'm starting to make movie references now. It's not good. I guess if I start doing karaoke, that's not good either. Yep, Redbud, you are included in this tornado warning, and like I said, a couple areas of concern. Not very strong rotation at this time, but does not mean it won't take much to have a tornado. So, like I said, my biggest area of concern would be right around the Evansville, Illinois area. So, tell you what, Ashton, we'll start doing requests if we can get through this severe weather. I'm sure by the time we get done, I'll probably be half awake anyway. I probably won't even know the lyrics. Sparta, no. Sparta, you're not included in this tornado warning, okay? So just hang tight for me. I don't see a direct threat as of right now. Pinckneyville, yeah, probably got some pea-sized hail coming down. Ooh, yeah, thunder rolls. It's a good one, Barbara. And the lightning strikes. Always love like a really good kind of like Garth Brooks that start, with like the rain and the thunder and lightning. You are my sunshine. That's probably one I do need to sing. That's not a bad one, Morgan. I like it. Waterloo, you are included. There is a little bit of rotation heading your way. So obviously, might want to get to your safe spot. No major threat at this time, but you are included in the tornado warning, yes. Yes, tons of thunder and lightning starting to overwhelm the west side of southern Illinois. Looks like we had some pea-sized hail being reported in Pinckneyville. DuQuoin, you might be getting a little bit of hail, but nothing severe at this time. The main severe threat's off to our west still. Haley, I want to say yes, but I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to comment at this time. But it is looking like that. Just north of I-64, east of New Baden, around Alberts, Germantown, there is some rotation. Just kind of started within the last couple of minutes here. That may go tornado warned. That would go for St. Clair County. And if you're in Highland, Trenton, I'd be taking shelter at this time. No active tornado warning, but I would assume one is coming very soon. coming out of St. Louis. 2 of the 3 lanes of I-64 westbound at Forest Park are flooded. Several cars are stuck and water rescues underway. That was kind of my concern for St. Louis. They'll probably get a flash flood warning here soon. I was starting to wonder if that was going to be an issue. Oh, actually, it looks like there's a flood advisory in effect for the entire city right now, but they may upgrade that. So, yeah, definitely going to be some problems in the St. Louis metro area come tomorrow, especially tomorrow morning. Just with all the rainfall they're going to get. It wouldn't surprise me if St. Louis ends up with probably the heavier amounts of 3 to 4. Looking over the radar once again, I don't see any type of rotation in that tornado warning. There's nothing right now that would assume that. So I think we're good at this point in time. Like I said, no rotation as of right now. So, like I said, Waterloo, Redbud, Evansville, you're more than likely okay. Still stay in your safe spot. I don't want to jinx you, but you're looking okay right now. I'm sick and tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. Well, I do want to say I think those storms that have developed ahead of this front have helped kind of weaken it a little bit, so that is good. So we are down to 1 tornado warning, folks, and it's going to be for the one in St. Clair, parts of Randolph County, and St. Genevieve. So we're gonna hold it here. Still gonna monitor this, but I'll tell you what, we're gonna go back to just one screen here because I'm gonna monitor this tornado warning myself. But I'm not seeing any indications of a threat of a tornado at this time. So let's go ahead and just back up, back in here. It looks very messy on radar. Everyone's probably like, I don't know what the hell's going on at this point. Obviously, a lot of showers and storms around our region, and we're going to have that the rest of tonight into tomorrow morning. So let's just keep our fingers crossed that we just stick with severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're going to let this tornado warning set to expire. That is going to be our prayers right now. Obviously, these storms that developed ahead of this thing have probably really starting to stabilize our environment, which is great. But like I mentioned before, the cell that is just to the west of Germantown, I would keep an eye on that one as well. It's going to go up near Greenville, but we'll keep an eye on that. But like I said, right now, 1 tornado warning left, but no signs of any type of strong rotation at this time. Yes, sirens are probably going off in that area. But like I said, I am not seeing anything. I mean, you can go to bed. Just make sure you have a way just in case. I mean, if you get, something jump up and bite you, I'll be live here. I mean, like I said, I'm not going anywhere until this makes it across the Wabash. So, even if I disappear for a little bit, I'll be right here ready to go. So. Carbondale general storms right now. Hearing some thunder and lightning outside myself. Like I said, guys, the only tornado warning or active severe weather threat in Illinois is going to be in Randolph County and St. Clair County, where we had a little bit of rotation at first, but since then has weakened tremendously, which is a good thing. If there is any rotation, it is going to skirt just to the south side of Redbud near Rumma and by Evansville, Illinois. And it looks like the National Weather Service is going to let this one expire. So we'll see. We'll see if that'll disappear. And if it does, that is good news for us because that is our last tornado warning in our region. And we'll just have a severe thunderstorm warning and hopefully just have generalized storms the rest of the night. But there's always that chance. So. I'll let you know, Alyssa. Or your phones will go off. Becca, I hate to tell you this, but the thunder is probably going to go all night. Off and on all night. I'm sorry. I know I try to mute my mic. Because I have been yawning like crazy. So I know. I'm sorry. I got like 18 people that just freaking fired up on me. Just got fired on national TV. I'm all right. I'm still here. Still kicking. We will make it through this together. Little bit of rotation coming into Perryville, Missouri along I-55. Seems to be a hot spot lately, so heads up. Perryville and I-55 and kind of see that cell starting to come together a little bit. It is included in the severe thunderstorm warning, which does have a possible tornado tag on it, so anything is possible. Like I said before, the tornado warning in Belleville, St. Clair County, Randolph County, Waterloo, it has weakened dramatically. There's not really any threat. So, I mean, like I said, the tornado warning is set to expire. So just kind of relax with me. New severe thunderstorm warning for Breeze, Pocahontas along I-70 and Highland. That is going to be a tornado possible tag on that as well. That is that storm earlier. That I was kind of worried about. It started rotating. That rotation is just to the west of Breeze. But Highland, you are included in that. And that's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and a possible tornado on that, just the west of Breeze. Like I said, severe thunderstorm warning, though. believe I'm all caught up here. It'll also be for Clinton County. That's a good question, Alyssa. They can, just because there's probably, well, obviously, there's a lot more dynamics in a line of storms, but supercells are the ones that give us the more high end tornadoes. These linear cells can give us more quick spin ups, although they have had, in the past, there's been a rare instance where they are strong tornadoes as well. Good question. For Christopher? That's interesting. Those of you in Jackson County, I would say get ready. The storm that's going through Perryville right now, I would say that one's going to be the next one. It's moving straight, I believe, east. Let me see here. Kind of moving straight east, a little bit veering off to the north. It's showing a little bit sign of rotation, especially kind of going towards Chester. So heads up, Randolph County, Chester area. A little bit of rotation there. Let's see if we get anything here from the National Weather Service. Greenville, you are not in the clear. I'm watching another storm. Actually, a severe thunderstorm warning heading right towards you right now, and possible tornado on that as well. I'm not for sure where exactly or why Nick's app put Christopher in a dangerous storm. I'm not understanding that at all because there's nothing in Southern Illinois right now, so got to be an error. Yeah, that tornado warning needs to expire because there is like literally nothing in that. I'm surprised I have not kicked that to the curb yet. Typically, I try to watch my viewers because it's quite interesting when we get like a tornado warning, especially in Southern Illinois. I can tell because I'll usually jump up about 200 to even at most times 500 people. So, Megan, remember you can't freak out unless I freak out. That's the rule. When you come to the storm predictor, You can't have storm anxiety unless I have a storm anxiety. Well, trusting me more than WSIL is not really a whole bunch. I would say putting any trust into WSIL is pretty bad. No offense. I'm just saying it's pretty bad. Well, hopefully I can keep you from waking her up. I definitely don't want to. Like I said, right now the only main concern I have is Perryville, Missouri, and coming into maybe the Greenville just to the southeast of Highland. So Greenville, Illinois heads up, watching a little bit of rotation head your way. So I can zoom in actually. I said it's very messy, so that's what I do, Brandon. That's what I'm here for. As you say, you should know that. You've been with me for a while. I think I'm just going to do a live, and I'm going to point the camera at the sun, and we'll see how long I have viewers for. Like I mentioned before, I have no idea why they're keeping the tornado warning for St. Clair County and parts of Randolph. This is pretty bad. There's no rotation at all. So like Belleville, Freeburg, Waterloo, Redbug, Baldwin, New Athens, Muscuda, you're good. I mean, you can stay in your safe spot if you want, but I don't see nothing that would indicate a tornado. So, just a heads up there. Like I said, starting to see some pretty good weakening now, and that's probably due to the fact that these storms have developed here in southern Illinois. So I got a pretty good feeling that once these storms cross over the river, I have a confident level now that we are going to see some weakening now, especially with the storms that have developed in southern Illinois to kind of help stabilize the atmosphere. So, in my opinion, everybody can really go to sleep unless you're north of Breeze, or in Greenville. If you're in Bond County, Clinton County, and Madison County, I want you to be in your safe spot, especially near Greenville, or Pocahontas, just south of I-70. We're going to keep an eye on this cell. Starting to lose a little bit of mumbo jumbo, but tons of lightning involved with this across the region. You can probably hear the thunder outside my window here. I feel like there's so much on this radar you can't even read it. Like I can't even read it, so I know you guys aren't reading it. You can go to sleep. Just make sure you have a way of receiving weather warnings. Like I said, we still got this line of storms off to our west. They could still impact the area with a quick spin up or two. So just make sure you have a way of receiving a tornado warning and waking up. No problem. Yeah, got a lot of people on here. About 700 of you. Like I said, I don't know how many I got on TikTok. It just never lets me say, but I mean, regardless. Tornado warning for Belleville, Mascoutah, that whole area should go away here pretty like I said, it should go away here pretty soon. I don't know why they continued it. It's kind of stupid. It's like so weak. It's not even in severe limits anymore. That's how funny it is. I'm going to give it about 15 more minutes. I'm going to keep the live feed going. I think we've reached a point tonight where we could probably, confidence-wise, maybe pause this. I think overall those storms that developed in southwest Illinois, southern Illinois have kind of helped stabilize the atmosphere here. So we might be dodging a bullet. Tons of thunderstorms, lightning, thunder, and heavy rain will continue overnight tonight. There's no tornado warning in West Frankfort. That would be a tornado watch until 3 a.m. So, like I said, that will continue until this line of storms pushes through the area. But I would say everyone is going to be all clear by 3 a.m. at the latest. So, yeah, good news there. So I'll continue to watch everything. Tornado warning has been expired for Belleville. Tornado watch will stay in effect until 3 a.m. for most of the region. So I'll keep an eye on things. No, like I said, no warnings. No warnings. Just all tornado watch and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's no tornado warnings at this time. No tornado warnings at this time. I will continue to monitor this. Like I said, I'll pause for now. I'll keep radar up. I will make sure everybody is able to see it. And like I said, that's going to be our region for right now. So scattered storms, heavy rain, tornado warning has been canceled, and I don't see any other threat at this time. So if you would like to go to bed, you can. Just make sure you have a way to get you up if severe weather was to strike real quick, and we could have a quick spin up or two tonight. So, like I said, get some rest. have a way to get weather warnings, and I'll be here live. I'm still going to continue this live stream till about 3 a.m. So as long as we're no tornado warnings, I'm going to stay quiet for now, and we'll kind of go there. So thank you guys so much. You're watching the Storm Predictor here in Southern Illinois as we cover our continuing live coverage of the severe weather outbreak here in Southern Illinois and parts of the Midwest. So right now, we will pause, and if we have any more severe weather, I will come back and provide information as needed. Thank you, guys. Well, good afternoon. Tornado warning just to, this is going to be for Massac County. This does include Bunkham. And this will be south of Goreville. So let me go ahead and I'll take my, maybe. So if you have any friends and family in the Bunkham region, make sure you are taking shelter at this time. Quick spin up on radar. Not able to confirm it at this time, but very serious situation. Oh, and this is a, we have a radar confirmed tornado. Oh, so this is a confirmed tornado by radar now, folks. Oh, shoot. So this is now a confirmed tornado by radar. Tornado now heading straight for Bunkham. And you can see a little debris signature that we just last had. Like I said, we just had a quick spin up here. That's all it takes. So like I said, friends and family in the Bunkham region, make sure we're taking shelter at this time. Like I said before, this has been a, it does not take much for there to be a tornado with these. It's a quick spin up, and that's all it takes. And with that one, we can confirm by radar that that is our, like I said, if you got friends and family, still tornado on the ground over just to the west of Bunkham, getting ready to make direct impact. Like I said, this is on the ground now. This is a confirmed tornado by radar. So if you're just now joining, those of you that have friends and family in the Bunkham area, Does look like the tornado is just north of Route 146 coming into Bunkham as we speak. Waiting on a new refresh here. But like I said, just north in between Anna Jonesboro and Vienna. Bunkham is in the direct path of this storm. That is confirmed by radar now. We do have a tornado on the ground that'll be moving into Massac County. Sorry about that. Looks like at this time the tornado is still rotation has improved a little, but the tornado is still just off to the west of Bunkham. So friends and family in the Bunkham region, please seek shelter at this time. Got approximately, I think, right around 500 of you on here. So if you got friends and family in the Bunkham, Illinois region, make sure they're seeking shelter at this time. I want to say this tornado has lifted, but just to be on the safe side, if you have friends and family in Bunkham, make sure they're taking shelter at this time. At one point, this tornado was directly on the ground. I want to make sure there's no other indications of a tornado in our region. New severe thunderstorm warning just indicated on that now. This is going to go south of Goreville. Once again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be literally over Bunkham as we speak. But it looks like it has lifted. There's no longer debris signature. If there is, it's directly over Bunkham. Like I said, the rotation has broadened out a lot, which is good. But it looks to be the strongest storm so far looks to be Massac County and Johnson County right now. So this seems to be the strongest of the storm. but I'm going to bet they're going to let this tornado warning expire. So great eyes by the National Weather Service picking that out real quick. But I'll tell you right now who's all going to be in the clear. And right now, everyone that is west of I-57, you're going to be in the all clear. I should be able to give the all clear to everybody else here in the next hour. So let's just get through the next hour here. But it does look like this tornado warning is set to expire, so we have no other tornado warnings at this time. In southern Illinois, Bunkham just got really lucky. I will say that. I don't see any more, knock on wood, any more rotation at this time, okay? So we're going to go back to regular scheduled programming. We're going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to zoom in and put this into motion for you. But tornado warning has expired for Johnson County. There was a quick spin up just to the west of Bunkham. It has now lifted. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Johnson, Massac, and Pope County. Everyone west of I-57. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Everyone west of I-57, you are clear at this time. Everyone west of I-57. So we're going to wait for this thing to cross east. So the remainder of Jefferson, Wayne, White, McLeansboro, so Hamilton, Pope, Massac, Johnson, Saline. You guys are still in the threat. So, yes, Franklin County, you're in the clear. Watching a little cell near Ewing, but other than that, you're good. So I'm going to take a break real quick. If I see any other threats, I will let you know. Harrisburg is not west of I-57. You guys are east. So still got severe storms coming your way. So I will be back if I see anything. You got about 30 minutes until it reaches Harrisburg. I'm going to go ahead and give the all clear for everybody. In the state of Illinois, we should be all good. So, all clear. Get some rest, everybody. We'll see what we got for tomorrow's severe weather opportunities. So, I'm going to go ahead and log off. Like I said, all clear for the state of Illinois. Thanks for sticking with me, everybody. Good night.